Welcome everybody. Hope everybody's had a fantastic Christmas coming off the holiday. Some of us might be a little bit unsober, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. Welcome everybody coming on in their torch. Just making sure everything is running smooth here. A little bit of into the hurry up here. I guess there's things going on here. A little bit of scrambling as well. Lots of things going on even behind the scenes during and through the holiday season. As far as for Christmas, like I said, I hope everybody did have a fantastic Christmas. Eat up all the holiday goodies, all the all kinds of cookies and all those different holiday dishes. I guess we get through that. Still got some things loading up in here, so you bear with me a little bit, I guess, as far as I get that going. I think you gained 10 pounds. That's fair. That's usually how that happens during the holidays, between Thanksgiving and Christmas in particular. But I know back in my heyday, as far as when I was younger, you eat so much, I guess, during the Thanksgiving and Christmas, you kind of burn it all off, I guess, during New Year's. Because you're drinking so much, you're getting, like, just stupid crazy, I guess, as far as just, you kind of burn all that off. Or at least the majority of it. That doesn't happen so much anymore, but, yeah, so there's that. Alright, so timer's up and going. Oh, let's see. James pop on in? Did I miss him? Oh, there's Racer James. There you go. I was like, that I didn't realize he was hanging out there in the chat. I appreciate that. Everybody coming in. We're Spline Design Studios Saturday. I took a little bit of a break, I guess, yesterday, I guess, for to give those the opportunity, I guess, to spend times, I guess, with their family and so on. I guess as far as for Christmas, obviously. Didn't have any takers, I guess, as far as coming dropping on in the Discord, I guess, and that's totally that was totally open for discussion there. No, like I said, to be able to have time, spend some time, I guess, especially in these trying times, I guess, for Christmas there, it's definitely but I left that option open, I guess, for anybody that did want to care to drop in, and didn't really have any takers on it, and that's totally acceptable, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. It's understandable, I guess that's probably the better word. Okay, so one of the things that we're in the scramble here for, I guess, as far as to get going here, is I've gotten from Torch some latest information about the Texas Motor Speedway build. So that's kind of when I'm in the scramble and hurry up and all that good stuff, I guess, as far as to get this thing situated and going here. Okay, so Torch does tend to work primarily with 3ds Max as far as most of its modeling, in comparison to creating the past exports through the older version of Max, which I believe is Max 7. You can always feel free to reiterate, but apparently there is an option that I don't have in 2014 that I use primarily to be able to take, and this is in 2016, as I mentioned, what Torch uses. You can save a scene to an older version of Max, and this is what I'm in the process of trying to get to work here. So far, it's given me a little bit of a problem, so just trying to work out the logistics, I guess, behind that, so I can potentially get that working. If I can get this open, as I'm hoping I can, I should be able to work with this model, because I think, as I've mentioned before, it's much better, I guess, to work with one uniform scaled model of the LiDAR, especially when you've got something that's so complete as what we found with Texas, as well as any track for that matter. You'd want to use the same uniformed scaled model across the entire track build, right, to include the geometry, any surrounding objects like your buildings, garages, things like that, as opposed to chunking it out and scaling them independently. Because you're going to have deviations from that measurement. I guess that's these are some of the things that I have discussed with Torch there, and we're totally in understanding as far as what's going on with that. So, with all that said, that's what Torch and I have been in discussion with as far as to get that model, the scaled model, the newly scaled model based on the complete LiDAR, instead of a polysegmented version of that out that we were previously using, to be able to build the track, I guess, based on that. So, in an effort, I guess, to get that going on, I guess, from what Torch has got, this is where we're at. So, appreciate a little bit of patience while I attempt to try to get this thing to come on in here. If it doesn't want to load, I do have a version of Max 18 that I had forgotten about. I don't use it as much because it's still a little bit of... It's definitely a learning curve, I guess, as far as the way previous versions of Max work. So, if anything, I do have a version of Max 18 that I could potentially open it up with. So I'm going to try some things here first, just to ensure if I can't get it to work. If not, then we'll have to move towards something else is all. I usually don't have to put any of my scene files right into my scene folder. I can just open it, at least in 14 I can. I don't know how much different 16 is, just based on the fact that 16 obviously has that option, I guess, to be able to save to an older version of Max. Mine does not, so would stand to reason that there might be a different process for that. I am totally unaware of how that works, so I'm going to be completely in the dark as far as getting it put where it needs to be so that I can open it. So I haven't had anything pop up in the form of errors or warnings, I guess, to say that it needs to do that. So it's mostly just it's plugin effects problems. In fact, I might just bring this over just to give an idea. This is attempting to opening it with my Max 14. You have to put them in your scene folder. You shouldn't have to do that. And again, it could be a reason. Yeah, I've never had to do that with 14. I guess that's... I can usually just open it up from wherever location that I want. So like if I just put it on my desktop and just open it. I didn't realize 16 was that much different. I know 18's a little bit fidgety, I guess, in that fashion too. Yeah, I think what I am going to try and do... This is not working for me so far. So we're in a little bit of waiting pattern, like I said, so I appreciate the patience. Let's do this. Let me reset this. I think I have... Let's see here. That is on. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to try this again in my Max. Alright, here's 14. You can't open the... That's just strange to me, because I can take... Yeah, because see, for you, Torch, you know, it would work this... I would assume it would work the same way like it does for me. As long as it's an older version of a Max scene, and you've got a newer version, you shouldn't have to do that. I can understand it if it's a newer version of Max that the scene was saved to have to do that. I know I have had to do that with 18 when I initially tried that. So if it's like a 2020 scene that's been saved to work in 18, it'll force you to have to do something weird, I guess, to get that file, that scene, to open in the newer version. Or in the older version, I should say. So a newer scene file saved to an older version of Max format, to have to put it. Now, I have had that, so if that works the same way here, that may be what I might have to do. I mean, just the fact that Autodesk does allow the opening of scene files that are even older, that's probably a huge plus. It's just a matter of getting it into the proper location so you can do that. But I was unaware that's what you were having to do with the fact that the scenes that I save or based on 2014, the fact that you would have to put it in a scene file, or scene folder, I mean, you shouldn't have had to do that. Shouldn't have to. Because, like, I can take a Max 7, for example, and open it up in my Max 14. It's just going to tell me it's obsolete, and you would have to resave it to bring it to the 2014 compliance. But it still lets you open it. And that's just opening it up from the desktop. So that's why it's kind of strange to me that you would have to put the 2014 scene, opening it up in 16, into a scene folder, I guess, in order for it to catch it. That's weird. It's good to know, but it's kind of strange at the same time. Let's see here. Alright, so here's my 14. I'll bring this right on over. Let's see if we can't get this to work. So I've changed a couple things as far as some of the file paths and whatever, and see what this happens, what this does. Because I was looking for certain files, and it was not wanting to continue because of not being able to find the files, I guess, that are produced by a 16 a Max 2016 architecture. You have to import the Max 7 stuff. You have to import that. See, you shouldn't have to do that. That's weird. That Max 7 should just be able to open. It'll just give you an error, I guess, as far as to say it's an obsolete file and it just needs to be saved to be compliant. But it's still let you open it. Is all. Yeah, that's kind of weird. That 16's doing that for you. Because I can definitely open up a Max 7 in 14 here, and I can open it. It'll just give me a little warning, like I said, as far as to say it's not it's an old scene and it just needs to be resaved. And it'll still go ahead and open it. Okay. Alright, try it this way. So this is my Max 14. Let's do an open. And we'll navigate to that. See what happens here anyway. So go to desktop. So there was I need to do some cleanup, I guess, for your working folder here, Torch, because I got a bunch of, for some reason it won't not let me delete this folder because I've already got it. Get out of there. I already got it here, but so that's just some cleanup I got to do on my end. So this new scene in Max 16 that Torch has got. It does show me it here, but I'm going to open it. I changed some path files in my Max 14 here to see if that doesn't help. I just took note, I guess, as far as what it was yelling about. And we'll see if it opens up here. So now it's only doing this. That's not too bad. Okay, so Torch has got some stuff. That would be on his end, so continue. Yeah, so what does it say now? Mass Effects. It's created with the newer version of plugins for. Yeah, this is the same type of error that you'll get a lot of times. Like if I wanted to open a scene that's from a newer version. Actually, the other way around. As far as like if I want to open up a older scene, Max scene into this one here, that's a newer version. It'll give me a warning similar to this. It's just telling you that it's probably not going to function properly because it's an older version. So that seems to be doing the same thing, I guess, with this one that Torch has saved in 16. So we'll just do it okay. But see, now it lets me open it. Strange. Okay, so what I did have to do, just to kind of go through that, I did have to change my file paths under my can you remember where I did it now? But I had to change my file paths for just a second. I don't remember what I did. It had brought up a bunch of things in here as far as what files it was looking for, as far as for different textures, much more than what it was giving me when I initially opened it. So I just had to change that directory as far as where it was reading from to basically comply with where I read, or my version of Max reads from my system. So that seems to have corrected that problem. Now, that was under the preference or somewhere. I'm not going to go back through that mess. That was a mess trying to figure that out. That was that scramble But again, just to kind of take into account that Autodesk, the way their applications work, does give you the ability, I guess, to either open a newer version with an older version, or an older version with a newer version. In either case, it's just a matter of reconfiguring, I guess, where for your system that you're trying to putting on and where it's coming from. So Torch has his own system. Oh, you know what? Another thing I gotta do is I gotta turn off my autosaves. This thing is a chunky scene file. Yeah, so regardless of yeah, so Torch has his file system. You know, his system, the way it's set up, where it reads its max files from, and I have mine. So it's like, it's just a matter of changing those file paths so that the scene can be opened properly. And it'll tell you. That's what it did for me when I initially tried to open up the scene file from Torch's system, based on his Max 16 install on his system. It just tells me, it's like, look, this stuff isn't here. So I had to kind of tell it where to go. And that was right in here, now that I think of it. Configure user path. So I had to go into this mess. All that mess there. So yeah. I think we're all golden. Chavez coming in with a rooster. And I think everybody's woke up. At least I hope everybody is. And as I was saying, there's probably some people that are a little bit groggy, I guess, over the festivities, I guess, from Christmas and that. You have video and audio? What's about stinking time? Good grief. You always usually having to come on in here, and it's just like you don't have anything. So, yeah. Good for that. I'm happy to hear that there, Chavez. How are we doing there anyway? Hope you had a great Christmas. Yeah, we're just in the process here of... oh, I gotta turn off my autosaves. That's right. It's doing autosaves here, so I gotta redo that. Yeah, we're just in the process of getting this scene opened up from our buddy Torch, so that we can use it in our version of Max. 7 files from 2016. Oh, yeah. Definitely. It was just a matter of me having to, that was like I was telling you there, Torch. I wasn't sure how that works. I've never done that before. I don't have the option here in 14 to do that. And if there is, I'll have to research that and find out what's going on. Yes, it did. Yeah, absolutely did there, Chavez. Oh, you went back on the road? Nice. So did you have... were you on the road, I guess, for the actual Christmas? Or were you able to take a break? So yeah, you configure the path. So I was saying I need to change. That's where I was here. Yeah, I want to make sure these auto backs are... Now this is a chunky file. The only reason why I turn this off when working with such a chunky scene, and by chunky we're talking it's got a lot of polys and a lot of data into it. So I don't want this to auto back. You know, like I mean, I could probably bump this up, I guess, to like an hour or something like that if I wanted to, but just in an effort so that it doesn't step on, you know, potentially crashing as it's trying to save when I'm in the middle of something. I just like to turn that off when working with scenes like this. That's just my preference. You can feel free, I guess, to bump this up, I guess, as far as how many minutes you want it. In my case, I had it every 5. When I'm working with smaller scene files, it's probably not a bad idea. But for something like this, you probably definitely want to bump it up, I guess, maybe to like an hour, if you do want to keep that enabled. And this goes for any version of Max. It doesn't seem to matter. It definitely doesn't matter which. So yeah, if we do have that shut off, just wanted to make sure. So I'm gonna okay. So I do got the scene open. That's the biggest thing.
What the fuck?
Holy Joe.
Cheer one, cheer one, cheer one, cheer one, cheer one, cheer one, cheer one.
Is she done? Holy crap. Shove is coming in hot and heavy with the... Oh, that was a 1,000 bit. I was like, what in the world? I thought it was just the cheer ones. I like the way you did that. That was pretty clever there, Chavez, as far as to put those on out after. So you were off Christmas Eve night and yesterday. Well, that's good. That's good. At least you didn't have to. So, but you're on the road there currently? Thank you so much for the fantastic bit bomb. That was pretty clever for the way you did that too. Yeah, in fact, this deserves, if you got the emotes out there, I guess Torch and James got some emotes, I guess, out of that too. So for anybody else that did get any of those holiday emotes, the Twitch holiday emotes, I guess from Chavez's dramatic bit bomb there, make sure you showcase them off. Yowza. Holy crap. Yeah, that my ears are still ringing from that. That was pretty loud. Okay. Wow. Whew. Yeah, I had to pull the earbuds out there for a second there because that was like, whoa. Did I drop some frames? No, I didn't. Okay. Just making sure everything is still... I didn't break anything else. Just making sure. Yes, this morning it's 07. Gotcha. Wow. So where are we headed there, Chavez? If you can care to share. Where are we in the... What neck of the woods are you in there? Hopefully you're traveling safe. I assume you're probably at a stop right now, right? You're not driving, I guess, as you're watching. I definitely don't want you driving unsafely. Whoop, I forget I'm in the wrong program. I've been doing a lot of work in Giants Editor, and I tend to try to use the same keys that I use in Giants Editor because Giants Editor can sometimes be the same. My fault I have it too loud, maybe. But there's a good intent. There's good reason, I guess, why I do have it so loud, right? Man, this thing is trying to pivot here, and it's not wanting to do it because it's such a chunky scene. Yeah, this thing is... Oh, God. What are you doing? I gotta wait for this thing to catch up here because it's not wanting... It's not letting me maneuver the scene or whatever because it's so heavy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this or not. The fact that I can get it to this point, at least anyway, is one thing, but to be able to do anything with it's another. Out of Fort Worth, nice. Like trying to, yeah, that's a good point, Torch. Yeah, just like trying to scroll and sandbox, yeah, that doesn't work. You got to use the Z and the X key in comparison, I guess. To yeah, I always try to use the mouse to scroll in and out. I guess then sandbox. Yep, I do that a lot too. Yep. Okay, so I don't know. Let's see if it'll let me do this. Okay, it does let me do this. Alright, so when I try to use the... I can usually use the Alt, left Alt, middle mouse key, I guess, to be able to pivot. It kind of bonks out at me, I guess, when I try to do that. So I'm going to not do that. I'll just do it this way. Just trying to see what it will allow me to do and not allow me to do. Okay. So everything is in here. And by everything, I mean everything. Yeah, see, there it goes. It's kind of a little laggy, but there's a lot of data in here. This is more the complete LiDAR. It hasn't been sectioned off as we were previously using. It's just as far as to have all the grandstands, you got the hotel, you got the big house, and things like that in here. So it also has the track template to be used in sandbox that's conformed to the LiDAR. You can see that in the gray. Torch has some placeholders for the garage and other structures in here. These aren't whoops, hold on, let me get it catch up here. Yeah, so these are not... Oh, good grief. This is going to be terrible. There's a lot of data in here. This is the only other reason I don't particularly like to try and stream this, I guess, with using such a chunky satellite. There's a lot of data in here, and if the application or the stream itself tends to crap itself, this is probably going to be why. Because it's a lot of data. You do have to have a pretty hefty system to be able to handle these types of things. Especially with such a... It's definitely chugging. Definitely chugging at me. So I gotta wait. It's still trying to catch up, I guess, as far as the movements I was trying to do. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. I might be able to turn some things off. But I gotta get it to the point where it'll allow me to select some things so I can turn it off. But you can see, just as I wait for this to catch up here, The green is representing of the complete LiDAR. Okay, of the track you can see the grandstands and some of the buildings, the hotel outside of the turn 2, the big house there in the backstretch. The blue are the placeholders for structures like the garages. The pink cross in there in the center section of the ground plane would be considered the cutout for the image that's used to line up the ground plane in Sandbox to the background image in Sandbox. We're going to take a look at all that, but at least to give you some sense of how much done has been done primarily by Torch at this point here. I had no involvement, I guess, to this point. What you see right now, Torch has done all this, I guess, over the over Christmas here. So Torch has been busy, to say the least, and probably for good reason, because we did run into quite a bit of imperfections and not so quite, more or less inaccuracies, I guess, between trying to get the track template from Max lined up with the track geometry, I guess, in Sandbox, and we came to the conclusion it was just going to be better off just to start over. And that's what Torch was taking the initiative, I guess, to do that, and he's definitely shown me, I guess, as far as the progress of it, to have now everything is zeroed. You can bring it right from Max into Sandbox, and everything is boom, it's right where it needs to be, and that's what you want to. That's the way you want to go about it. Let's put it that way. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have to. Wow, this thing's still catching up. I know it doesn't seem like another stream there, but it's like every time I try to move it, it's like hesitating. Psychedelic. Oh, plus you had time to play with the grant. Nice. So you did put it all in there. Finally finished my pewter. Got an Xbox One controller. Nice. Did you not get a wheel there, Chavez? I thought you were in the market there for getting a wheel. So did you end up going with the controller, I guess, instead, or do you have both? Yeah, psychedelic, I guess, in the fashion that there's a lot of detail going on in this thing here, just as far as what we see here. Yeah, this is crazy. I'm still waiting for it to catch up here. All right, let me see. Try here again. Okay, and hide. There we go. Now can I move? There we go. So now that I got the LiDAR out of it, I'll take the majority of the chunkiness out of it. It's still in the scene, I just got it hidden. So now we can see more of the objects that we have in here a little bit closer. So these blue deals here, these are just placeholders. Now from what I'm looking at here, now that I look at it a little bit closer, some of these are not quite where they need to be. Like this building should be here. That one's there. So am I looking at this wrong? I just want to make sure. How do these boxes here, I guess, what they represent? This one you got pieced out here. What am I looking at here, Torch? If I can get some clarification on here. What is your method here of using these, I guess, to line things up? The cutout definitely makes sense. To use that in the ground plane, I guess, as far as for Sandbox itself. And as we showed last week, I believe, to make cutouts in the ground plane 3DO model to be able to line the to ensure the background image is lined up. But some of these other objects, I can see that would be a garage. This is a garage, but these objects here don't make any sense to me. You got a building going this way, but this one doesn't line up. The track template definitely is lining up fantastically. So this gray here represents the track template that can be brought into Sandbox to conform the heights for the track banking based on the LiDAR. So that's conformed to LiDAR. Oh, nope, decided not to? Okay, I got you. So you just would using the controller then. Nice. You're loving Wreckfest? That's pretty cool. Have you been able to get any of the DLC there, Chavez? Or are you just enjoying, I guess, the base game stuff? Even the base game stuff is fantastic. Let's see, I think I changed those to via the verts. Okay. That one building has changed. Okay, so just looking for some clarification and what was the method near madness here, I guess, as far as using this as placeholders in here. But I'd bring the LiDAR back, but I don't want it to chug on me. So you kind of got a sense of what was going on there. I'm going to assume at this point that from what I could see in there initially when I opened it up there, it was lining up pretty well as far as the track template. Now we're going to go ahead, now that we got this open here. We also got this building here. Apparently this has been done by James. This is all brand new. As far as the hotel, it's outside of turn 2. So this is all brand new. And it's not textured or anything like that. And from what Torch has mentioned here, I guess it's not 100% done. Could have fooled me. It's got the balconies here. It's got a lot of detail, I guess, into this here. I'm going to put this in orthographic. I'm definitely going to try and resave this to 2014 so I have it for my own purposes. Let's change to orthographic. Oh yeah, there we go. So orthographic, as we've come to know, will give you lots more zooming capabilities. Just different perspective as opposed to perspective. So especially if you want to be able to zoom in really close, I guess on dealing with close-ups of the vertexes and whatnot without it clipping and all that stuff and not giving you maximum zoom. That's one big difference, I guess, with orthographic as opposed to perspective. But you can see the balconies that are on the side of this here. Quite a bit of 3D detail in here. We even got the canopy that's in the back here, I guess, for valet. This is where you'd come into the hotel on the back side. And then this faces the track here. Pretty cool. So anyway, we got models like that in the track on top of. Now, I've already started, based on a previous stream, I started out in the Big Hoss. And we brought in the grandstands that James had done previously in the 2015 build that we did. And we saw that it was, only in need of just minor tweaks to it. I mean, that's if you look at the LiDAR, the building closest to turn 3 and 4 has been changed. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna open up I'm not gonna turn the LiDAR back on there. Just in the just for fear of I don't want this to crash or kill the stream or anything like that, because it's a lot of data. You definitely have to make sure you have a stout system, I guess, to be able to handle that much cloud point data. That's for sure. So yeah, so we'll just take your word on it. That's what that's going on with that. But just to kind of give some clarity on what's going on with that building here in turns 3 and 4. That's what Torch was referring to anyway. Yeah, this is the first time I've been able to look at it firsthand, I guess, as far as this model that James has done. That's pretty cool. There's a lot of different geometric effects in here. You can see part of a cylinder with a peak top on it. So there's simple box shapes. There's a bunch of different. If no one's ever seen James's approach, I guess, to building these types of things here, as far as going, starting with a ground plane, and especially using the LiDAR, adding the LiDAR to that ground plane, much the same fashion for the entire track. That's the approach he tends to take with that, with buildings such as this. Starting off the ground plane to have that, bringing in the LiDAR, scaling that LiDAR up to that, much the same thing, like we said, the way we scaled up to build the track template model, same fashion, only much smaller in comparison, I guess, to a track, an entire track, and just a model. Now that we have the use of this LiDAR to line it up with the actual ground plane, as far as the satellite image, that's just the best of both worlds, really. Oh, Shav is there. Just realizing he's got the redemption there for the VIP for a month. Let me take care of that real quick. We'll make sure we get that done for you, so let's do this. Here's my rolls. Yeah, so far, currently, the only one we have that has redeemed the VIP is Torch. He's got about another week or so, just for reference here. All right, let's add a new one here. Let's give Chavez. Let's see what we got here. We'll get you all hooked up here. Let's make sure I get the right name here. Apparently there's there are other Chavezes out there with different suffixes, if that's the right word, yeah. There we go. So you should be all set, Chavez, there for another month. Appreciate that redemption. Okay. Why is it not letting me clear that out though? Twitch, quit being so twitchy. Don't be so twitchy. Go back to here. Come on. There you go. How do you get my stream dashboard back up there? There we go. That's better. It's kind of freaking me out. Alright, so it's now that's loaded back up. There we go. Oh, Ben Fubar, and that's totally understandable, Chavez. I figured you needed your time to be able to just absorb all that, and that's totally understandable. Totally understandable. I'm just glad you just glad you've come back. I'll put it that way, right? And that you're back on the road. Hopefully that'll keep your mind off a little bit. Racer James trying all those emote modifications there. That's gonna be interesting. So you got a Santa hat, you got the snowman, a carrot and a hat. That's funny. There's some pretty cool emote modifications you can apply there. For anybody that doesn't have a sub to the channel, you can do that the same way without even being a sub. So if you do have channel points down below, the little red drop there, those are totally separate from the units of fluids that you're earning in the chat while the stream is live. You can feel free to redeem those. There's really not much more I can do about those. That's what Twitch awards viewers to the channel in comparison to the units of fluids that I award additionally, I guess, as far as when the stream's live. So you got the two different rewards there, I guess, for joining in on the stream. Where's the Grinch? Yeah, we need a Grinch, don't we? That must be one that that's one we need, probably. That's good. That's good to hear that you're good to go now, Chavez. I know it's probably taking you a little while, I guess, to get over that, and that's totally understandable. Like I said. Okay. Chat's being a little bit laggy on my end here as far as so just refreshing that for a second here to make sure that it's okay. There we go. So I can see Torch's slots. I do have the new one in there. I think Torch had used it there as far as if you want to have a drink yourself. It is the holiday season, as it is. So if you want to give yourself a drink, exclamation point drink, there is no cost on that. So if you have as many drinks as you want, but I will not be responsible for your public intoxication there. This is a fair warning. So drink and be merry and enjoy, but I will just drink responsibly. Let's put it that way. Alrighty then, I think we're caught up. I still have the audio commands in there. I know Chavez definitely didn't forget about that one there. I guess as far as using the Rooster audio command, those are free to use for all the viewers out there as well. Just keep in mind that any one of those audio commands that are used by any viewer is on a 1-minute cooldown, and that's just to eliminate any potential spamming of those audio commands in there, and also to give other viewers a chance, I guess, to be able to use them as well. So that should not be on a cooldown. Why is it on a cooldown? Oh, it's only 14 seconds, but... Oh, hardcore drink. What is that, James? What is that? What's the Twitch energy drink? Is that what that is? Where the heck did that come from? Drink purple. Interesting. Can I do that? That got me curious. I know Twitch has got a lot of... Twitch has a lot of universal one. Yep, I guess that is a universal one. There you go. Chavez has been able to give himself a drink. Why is that on a cooldown? That should be not on a cooldown. 49 seconds. Okay, hold on a second. Bot's being stingy here. Maybe he's trying to... I think the bartender, you know, the bot's being the bartender there, I think he's trying to limit you a little bit. So let's see if we can fix that. Let's see if we can fix that. So... we'll fix that. We'll have to. I'll have to talk to the bot here a little bit and kind of let him know. It's just like, hey, don't be doing that. All right, listen, bot. Here it is. Here it is. Let's go here. And we're gonna do like that. Yep, let's go like that. And submit. Cool. I've talked to the bot now. He should be good to go now. He's hopefully he's listening to me. I paid him well. I paid him off really well. It's just like just let him go ahead and drink. Just let him drink. Okay. If they want to drink and get 3 sheets to the wind, then let them do that, right? Alright, let's see here. Let's do this. Let me try this myself here. There we go. Now, I should be able to do it as many times as I want, but you can all feel free, I guess, to do that. Your own there. I paid him off pretty well, so it's... yeah, that's a hardcore drink. Bot tender, right. But I gave him a skull talking to, and I paid him off pretty well there, too, so... there we go. See, now he's letting it flow. Easy there, Chavez. Hold on there. Whoa, feller. Remember, you're on the road. You're on the road, so you got to be careful with that. Let's not get sloshed now. Those are pints, right? That's draft beer. You're drinking pints there, so. Whoa it up there, cowboy. Alright, let's get back into what we were doing here. So, yeah, we're in, I know Torch has already mentioned to me too that he's well on his way to getting this LiDAR. It's already in Sandbox. We're going to take a look at here in just a second. And it has started the process of building the geometry based on all this information from Max. But yeah, the key to it is, and this is what we were struggling with the last couple of streams, was to get what we're creating in Max to be 100% zeroed out in Sandbox, so that there wasn't any massive shifts, I guess, as far as to get everything to line up from one to the other. So that's definitely what you want to try and do to make sure that everything's staying in compliance, I guess, with the reality, I guess, if anything else. If you're having to fudge it to get it to make it fit, then you're doing something wrong. So definitely, since we're to this point, that's a huge plus. So let's take a look at Sandbox here now. I've got all the new Sandbox files that Torch has sent me here. There's probably one thing I do want to adjust, and it's really of no... how do I want to put this as far as... we've talked quite a bit as far as like if you can, that's probably the operative word, create a MIP texture that has an alpha channel in it by just using the magenta, as far as the pink color swath in the WinMIP 2, then definitely use that route and stay away from using the TI. Okay, from what I've talked with Torch about, and that's what I want to try it on my end, is to see how this works here. If you're having difficulties, especially for a model like the ground plane that you're using for building the track, it's not going to be in the track. It's only going to be used as far as the building process, right? So you're not necessarily using it, I guess, as a means to keep it in there once the track is, totally done and complete. So in this case, what Torch has done is not that big of a deal because you'll be able to chunk it out. It's more or less turns into a toss-away. But he's got this applied as a TI, which makes it a little bit over 85 megs for this ground plane texture, which is pretty chunky. As far as WinMip 2 being able to open this, in a lot of cases it's going to crash. I know that's what it was doing for me. But I do have the... so before I get into the track here, I do have the TGA for this MIP file that was created with the TI. And you can tell right off the bat before even making the MIP that it ends up being 65. So with the TI, obviously, it's going to make it even chunkier. So if you can avoid doing that, definitely do that. Not only won't it save you disk space, but just in an effort, I guess, to be able to use that throughout the track build, it's probably better. It's probably of no consequence, I guess, in this case. But this is just to kind of follow suit, I guess, of what I've always mentioned. If you have the ability of being able to eliminate using a TI in a MIP file for any 3DO and any of your models for the NASCAR Racing 2003 and Sandbox and so on, then definitely do that. There's no need to have the TI if you can create. That's the operative word, can create a texture just using the TI. That's what I'm going to go through here right now, just to kind of summarize. So here's the raw image that says TGA that has the alpha channel into it, right? So I have my WinMip 2 open. I'm going to go ahead and open up that texture here. I got this in Torch's working track folder for Texas 2020. This is the latest stuff that I've gotten. There's that same file. I'm going to open this up. Now it's going to make WinMip 2 kind of get fussy, and that's because it's so big. So just let it do its thing. The fact that WinMip 2 can be a pretty buggy program in itself as far as being 32-bit and all that good stuff. Yeah, normally I would never... Right, and that's the only thing I was trying to stipulate there, Torch. Normally you wouldn't do that, but if you're having difficulties in creating an image, for your model, you can go this route. But definitely, if you have the ability of being able to comply it so that you can use just a magenta, I guess. Now, with all that being said, you can see, let me see if I can scroll over to this. It still has the cross section in here for the cutout with the magenta on it. Okay. Now, because, wait a minute. Now, this is the TGA, and it's giving me the... Okay, hold on a second here. I gotta go back here for a second. There should not be... I wonder why it's giving me the trans... Oh, that's really interesting. I didn't think I was going to do that. So what it's reading here is this overhead, which is there here, 87. That's the one we have in our track. What's curious to me is the fact that it's giving me this trans map. It shouldn't be doing this because I don't have the TI in the same location as the TGA. So the fact that it's even giving me the transparent map shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, so it shouldn't even be doing this for me, but the fact that it is, that's weird. So I'm not sure what Torch, what you had done on your end, but normally to get it to do this in WinMip 2, you would need to have the TI in the same location here as your TGA. In this case, I don't even have the TI, and the fact that it's reading it this way, it's kind of weird. But this is what would be the TI. Second here. Line this back up here again if I can. Yeah, so this is the TI that shows. So anything in black is going to be cut out or masked, and then anything in white is still going to show. That goes true, I guess, with any TI. And this is the parent image. Yeah, so that's kind of weird that it's even giving me that option just opening the TGA here in Max. I don't know why it's doing that, because you normally would need, like I said, the let me go back to that. Dang it. Yeah, you would normally need to have the TI, the underscore TI, along with this texture for it to do that. So that's kind of weird right off the bat. Interesting. So I do not want this TI. That's what I was going to try and do here, at least anyway. Let's see. No, that shouldn't matter. Now, how did you create the TGA? I guess that's probably a better question. Did you create the TGA using WinMap 2? That might be why it's doing it this way. So probably what I will do is probably make a bitmap for this so that I can make a TGA based on. I'm gonna have to go reverse engineer this. So there's a way to be able to correct this. Oh, so you made it with Photoshop. That might be why it's doing it this way then. Okay. Okay, I mean that's one way to get to that point. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, so you created the TGA in Photoshop, which already had that TI and all that stuff built. That's probably why it's kind of built into this TGA. That might be why it's so much bigger too. All right, so what I'm gonna do, one way around this. So if you have it this way, to get rid of this, being able to toggle back between the TI and that to get it to a bitmap, I'm gonna make this as a bitmap. I'm going to choose bitmap, file, save as. Now what that's going to do when I do this, it's going to remove any alpha channel that's in it. Okay. So do BMP, and then that should have created the BMP here. Now I have the TI here. Now I don't want this to make a TGA without a TI. Right? So what I can do, I'm going to go ahead and close this out. Just to kind of clear the cache them, because you do get some memory dumps, I guess, as far as that if you keep WinMap 2 open. So once after you do something like that, especially when it's this large, it's better to close the WinMap 2 and then reopen it. But in this case here, I want to get rid of this TI. So when I open this bitmap with this TI in here, it's going to want to put that transparent image to it, and I don't want that. So in this case, I'm just going to chuck this one out, and I want that. Now when I open the bitmap with WinMap 2 now, it'll just have just that image, that base bitmap image. And then I can create a TGA with an alpha channel without it. Alright, so let's do this. We'll go into WinMap 2. So this is a little bit of a review. And definitely not saying, Torch, that you didn't do it this way. You were just having a problem, I guess, with being able to create it properly. So you just did it that way with Photoshop. And that's perfectly fine. For at least for a texture like this, as far as the model and texture, it's going to be only used for the building process. It's not going to be left in there. So it's not, like I said, not any consequence. I'm going to open the bitmap. Give it a second here because this is a big file. Takes WinMap 2, I guess, a little bit to be able to process it. So there's the bitmap. Now if I go over here, I don't have that toggle between the transparent image and the parent. So it's going to be just the bitmap. Now in order to create the TGA, which will have that alpha channel in there for that, this magenta that I'm going to choose, I'm going to do my shift, right shift, and click on it. And now I should have a pink or magenta swath. Oop, gotta give it a second. Okay, it's caught up. Now it's got this pink swath. So as long as you get this, you'll be able to pull down to TGA. That's all you need to do. You don't need to change any other parameters. Just as long as that swath that you want to have the alpha channel into for the texture, TGA, and leave everything else the same. File, save as, and I'm going to overwrite this one. Yes, I'm going to overwrite that. That's going to remove the TI from it. Okay, give it a second, whatever, because it's a pretty big file, like I said. So let it do its thing, close it out. Now I've got this text. Yes, it still relatively stays about the same size, and that's understandable because it's got to hold in the alpha channel, right? So let's open up this up here. Another way I can confirm, at least this is in PaintShop Pro 7. I can look at this here. I can open up the TGA that it is saved, and I can go to Image, Information, and it tells me it has an alpha channel, which will include this, basically this pink here. So this is how I can confirm that it does have an alpha channel. Also, you can bring that texture into your Max, and once you create your pass file export, Chavez getting the jackpot, 500 units of fluid to his stash there. Very nice, very nice. That is the middle ground jackpot there. Yeah, 500 units of fluid. That's the middle jackpot. So the highest jackpot is all 3 robots. Is the 1,000, but that's pretty cool. That definitely deserves the win command. Maybe because of bitmap, no Photoshop. Yeah, wouldn't save it. Kept getting errors. Yeah. So yeah, that's one way I guess around it. Yeah, the fact that you're getting errors, not 100% sure why. It may have had something to do, I guess, as far as the Photoshop settings. Maybe I'm not 100% sure, but I know, like say for example, if I'm right here in if this was my bitmap, I'm gonna start from this way. If this was my bitmap here in Paint Shop, I would do this cutout, save that as a bitmap. I know I've already reverse engineered this, but this would be my bitmap, and go through the same process that I just showed. To open the bitmap in WinMap 2, select the swath, what I want to be invisible. Get that swath up in the corner there, pull it down to TGA, and then once you got the TGA selected, no other changes, and that swath that you want to be invisible or transparent, and then save it as a TGA, and that'll put that alpha channel in here. Now, like I said, I just opened up that TGA I created here, and it confirms that I do have an alpha channel in there. That's one way to check it, but also once you apply it into max and you get that option, I guess, for the radio button in your material, once you apply it, and then definitely once you create your MIP to apply it to the model, definitely would confirm, I guess, that you have that cutout in there. So that's one real quick way, I guess, to be able to do it in Paint Shop Pro, at least, anyway. Be right back. No problem, Chavez. We'll be here. All right. So hopefully that gives a little bit of more a summary, at least anyway, in creating, and especially something this big. This one being also a 4096 by 4096, or basically a 4K. Pretty nice image. You know, even when you zoom in here, it's got some pretty decent detail to it. You do get some distortions, I guess, in some of that, but it's not that much of a detriment. It's a lot of these areas are very discernible for being relatively low detail. And by low detail, just it hasn't been like stitched from a high res version of the track, you know, like say in Google Earth, but it's still a pretty decent image. Very usable. Alright, so we're going to close that out. Now we've got that all set. Now, this one that I just created, even though it was above and beyond what Torch had already done, this will still work on that scene for that here. So if I go into here, this is what I was talking about. Oh, give it a second. This image here, that's the same image that I just created. That's in here. So if I go into my material editor here, give that a second to load up. Let's see if it does or does not. So that should be this one. Yep, there's my ground plane. If I go into it, it's going to give me that option right here. As long as I'm getting this option here for image alpha, that's another confirmation that there is alpha channel in the texture. If you don't get this option, if this remains to be grayed out when you bring the texture into max, then you did something wrong. If it remains, say like on none opaque, or this is grayed out, or any combination of that, then yeah, there's obviously something not done correctly, I guess, to get that alpha channel into that texture. Now, the way I've got max set up here, I don't have it to where it'll actually show that being cut out, but it definitely shows where the area that would be once I get it onto the model, say like in the sandbox, and that's what we're going to check out next here. That's what we're going to check out next here, is to see how this looks in sandbox. Now that I've been able to recreate that. Now, also, what I want to do is take, I guess I don't really know. If I really wanted to, I can take this new TGA that I just created and make a new MIP. It's not really necessary, but just to remove some of the chunkiness, I guess, out of that MIP, I might just go ahead and do that. I think I'll go ahead and do that. So this one here ends up being, where was it? 87 next to 85, a little over 85 megs. So let's go ahead and run this through WinMip 2. It may not reduce it all that much, but it'll be a lot less chunky, I guess, the way I look at it. So let's open up WinMip 2. And we're going to open up the same TGA that we created previously. Oh, you missed it by 1. Yep. Yowza. Alright, so let's open this one up. Give it a minute, because it's don't try to click on anything while it's doing that, because then you'll definitely get errors, that's for sure. So yep, there's the TGA that I already previously created, but based on the bitmap. It's got the swath in there. Don't need to do anything else other than the changes to MIP at this point. Save that. And I'm just going to put that in the same directory as the TGA for now. I can always move it once I create it. Again, give it a time. If it's swirling here, don't click on anything. Otherwise, you may corrupt the MIP. It's a very buggy program as far as WinMip 2 is. If you let it do its thing, just have the patience. It'll usually work out just fine. So once that's done, we can go ahead and confirm that it's in here first. There's our new MIP, and it's way smaller. Way smaller. So in this case here, in comparison to 85 megs, this one's at, come on. Alright, let's do it this way. 10 megs, it's only about 10.6 megs, so that's a huge difference, in my opinion. It's from 85 megs down to that, and that's all with using, now I can probably also assume you might have used 32-bit color. That might have added a little bit more to it as well, but this is a big difference in my opinion. So I'm a stickler, I guess, for my hard drive space. So if I can definitely reduce the file, I'm going to, without losing any clarity in it. Yeah, so to me that's a huge difference. So I'm going to go ahead and take this one here, close out WinMip 2, now that I confirm that's in there, and then cut this, and I'm going to put that into our track folder and get rid of this chunky boy. Yeah, so 85.3 megs down to 10.6 megs. Big difference. That's enough of a significant of a difference, I guess, to make that change. So that should open the ground plane out pretty well. So I can even open this up in 3D SimEd. We're going to open this up in Sandbox too, and you can see that cutout. It's kind of hard to see in here, but the brown background here, you can see that same cross reference here, I guess, as far as where the magenta was. That's where that cutout is. It's kind of hard to tell in here. We're going to open up in Sandbox. We'll get a better clarity on that. That's what I've always suggested too. When you open the model up in 3D SimEd, don't take that with a grain of salt. Definitely want to make sure you're getting it in the sandbox and or into the simulation itself to actually give you that justification that it's applying everything correctly. I like that texture. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll open this up in Sandbox. This is all based on the latest work that Torch has done over the Christmas here. So all right, just give this a second to I know it doesn't show on your folks' end, but it does for me, I guess, as far as I gotta wait. There we go. So now we got the track open here. We've got the, what are we looking at here? This is the first time I've opened this up here, so this is going to be a first go over, I guess, as far as the track itself. Now here's the cutout. You can see that applying that that cutout to the ground plane. Now, two things I guess I can see here. The pink, I'm assuming, represents the flat track geometry, or is that the, what are we looking at here? So the black, I think, from what I remember, I think was the track LiDAR. Or is that the pink is the track geometry, right? So you got these two. So obviously Torch is still working on this. Still probably not 100%, but you can kind of see the processor. So the black Okay, so the black, just for confirmation there, Torch, the black represents the LiDAR, and the magenta or the pink is the track geometry that you're conforming. Just to confirm. Right, okay. So that's... So yeah, you can kind of see where it's at here so far. So the black, like I said, is the track LiDAR. That's the track template based on the LiDAR model in Max. And the pink is the actual track geometry. So that's all the height data to the track geometry in Sandbox, you know, for the what'll actually get put into the sim. So that's the two comparisons there. It's coming up pretty good, I have to say. Not too bad. You got a couple of cuts here, I guess, as far as in the track LiDAR. Other than that, it's still being worked on, like I said, as far as, but yeah. This is what I was talking to Torch too, I guess, as far as this is part of the track LiDAR. So when you're selecting the verts in Max to be able to move them up and down, the methods that I like to use, at least anyway, to ensure, I guess, that I'm selecting all the verts in totality, one at a time, is to use that paint selection tool. You know, as far as in Max. This will eliminate any potential for this happening, so I try to keep it as smooth as possible without the tears in it. I mean, it's of no consequence or detriment. It's just creates more clarity and more smoothness, I guess, in the track geometry that you're trying to conform it to. So yeah, we can definitely see what's going on. We've got a couple of tears in here, but you can get somewhat of a sense here of what's going on with it. It's coming along. Does seem to line up pretty good. Much better than it did. Now, something else that Torch has already confirmed with me, that everything is zeroed out. So the ground plane, for example, as we can see, the track geometry as far as the F sections in here to apply that texture and so on, that's all in here. So the track has all been recentered. He's also gone so far, I guess, to put the innermost X section and the outermost X section set to that approximate 300 meter distance. That's good. So the ground plane, let's go into the object view that we're looking at here with the cutout. That's completely zeroed out, because that was something that we ran into the issue of. You know, just to kind of summarize again, when you create your track geometry, Sandbox is going to want to shift it to make sure it's centered. Right, so based on once you get it completely closed in, a completely closed circuit, it's going to give you that warning or that notification to recenter it. You always want to say yes, and then once it does that, if there is any shift to the background image that you use, I guess, to create that track geometry, you want to apply that shift based on putting it back to 0 into Max, so that you have that one-to-one comparison, so that moving forward, this is what Torch has already went ahead and done. Once that track shifts, however much it shifts from where you had the ground plane set to 0, you want to adjust your ground plane image, I guess, based on that shift, I guess, if that makes sense. And then once you apply those shifts into Max, 0 all back out again, bring it back into Sandbox, that's going to line it up with your track being recentered. Based on that save. Hopefully that all makes sense. I know it's a lot to kind of comprehend there, but that was some of the issues that we were having, not realizing. That was probably a little bit of failure on my part to understand why it was so shifted, and that's that recentering of the track geometry once you get it all completely built and you get that notification, like I said, as far as for it to do that. You always want to say yes. Because if you don't, you're going to end up having issues, I guess, as far as moving forward with your track build. But you definitely always want to make sure you say yes on that. Hopefully that's clear enough. Oh, what is LiDAR? LiDAR is what's considered cloud point data. And it's real world topography, I guess, as far as just to put it in simple terms. Now, I'm going to try and load this back up here just to give you some ideas. So a lot of this data that we've for these different models to include the track template here in gray. That's all been based on that. And I'm gonna see if I can bring this back in here without it crapping itself. I'm gonna save this here really quick. Let's do this first. So we'll do save as. I know I said I was gonna do that, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Just so I have it at this point, at least anyway. So I'm gonna save this as max 14. So now I'll have a max 16 version to fall back on if I need to, and also a max 14. This is a pretty good option, pretty good deal, I guess, to do this, just to ensure, especially if you're doing collaborative builds or if you're trying different versions of Max to build these different scenes, just to give you some clarity. It's like, which one did I do this with? That way you know which one you can open it with. Because a lot of times, like for me, my base and oldest Max that I have on here is Max 5. If I try to click on this, it's going to try to open up with Max 5, which is not, it's totally not going to work. So it definitely behooves, I guess, to be able to put a little notification in for what version of Max the scene is involved with, especially if you have more than one version of Max anyway. And in most cases, you probably would for doing stuff for Enter 2003 because of needing to have the pass export. Now, if you're doing everything from, say, like Max 7 that does allow, I guess, for the use of the pass export, you wouldn't have that problem. For those like myself, Torch, and even Racer James, we use two different versions of Max. One to do the modeling and one just to create that model into a pass export and then go from there. So that's creates that necessity to have the two different versions of Max. So light detection and ranging equals, oh yeah, so there's some more clarification, I guess, as far as then you said what I was going to do once I get this saved here. I just want to confirm that it did save, which it did. There it is. So I'm good to go there. And that's just to put some clarity in this, because of all the data, even with the things being hidden. For my Max 14, now when I got it from Torch here, it ended up being better part of 475 megabytes. Now for the Max 14 save, I haven't added anything more to it. It's still the same what Torch had in there. So if I save this from 14, it ends up being 489. So it's slightly bigger. So that's just some more clarification to me. So it's not that far different there, but it does make it bigger if I try to save that Max 16 data into 14, just as I just did. So that was just a little bit of yeah, just I was kind of interested in how that was going to work out there. Looks like my playlist under there. Let's get that back going. There we go. All right, so with all that done, let me go ahead and bring back the LiDAR that we were talking about there, and James gave the more clarification, I guess, for what that means. And the general idea behind LiDAR, in a lot of cases, there's, especially when you get it from the USGS website, which is totally free. I'm going to unhide. There it is, all right there. All this green data here, that's LiDAR. And because of the fact that it ends up being kind of it's got some spiky bits into it, as far as like points in here. The way a lot of these scans are done, based on the way James has just described it there, it's from the top down. So you have like a plane going above ground, and it's shooting laser beams, laser lights, light beams, I guess, down, and it comes back up to the plane, and it's gathering that data. So as the plane goes across the area there, it's picking up all these height points, and that's why you get these spiky bits. So particularly like, oh gosh, I'm trying to move this here, and it's definitely okay. There we go. So like these spiky bits on the big hoss here, you can see how it's collected all that. Now the height data, as far as at the highest point there, is pretty accurate. As far as that highest point is going to be how tall that structure is, for example. So like these would be representative more than likely, say, from light poles. Some of these other bits might be fence poles, things like that. You can see that hotel that James has already got constructed here. That's what that's representative of. Let me see how this lines up, actually. So if I'm looking at this right here, I guess the LiDAR is lifted up just a tad, I guess, from the ground plane here, because it's, if I look at the James's model here, it's not 100% to scale. So you can see that point here should be up here. If I am looking at that wrong. So I'm assuming this one, the ground plane is going to be at 0. Let's check that out. This thing is chugging so bad. So that's some of the things I haven't checked out yet. So the 0 is at, or the Z is at 0 on the ground plane. So hence this model here that James has done is at 0 as well. So this LiDAR, if I'm looking at this right, this is not scaled properly. As far as on the height at least anyway. So I'm seeing where the height of this building is not the same. So we're probably going to need to get that rescaled. Let's see, you could hide all the other models. Maybe, but I think even with that, it's still going to be... this LiDAR, there's a lot of data in here. There's a lot of data in here. I don't think it's going to take all that much out of here. So just even with the LiDAR by itself, it's probably still going to be a lot. But I'll go ahead and hide all that. That's just the LiDAR by itself. So all this green is all that. This is all LiDAR. This is all based on that real world information, at least anyway. So you can see the track surface. This is why we found it very useful, I guess, to be able to use that. Because look at, you can see the entire track surface. Now, keeping in mind that we cannot use this direct information from the LiDAR. It's too much information to be able to put it into Sandbox to be able to use that, because it's just so much data. So as I highlight this, all that white there, that's all cloud point data. That's all vertices and a number of faces, polys. It's just way too much data to be able to put that into an object, to be able to cut that out, for example. So what we end up having to do is actually create a lower poly model of that, based on starting off with Sandbox, laying out a flat rendition of the track configuration into Sandbox. So that would be the representative of the pink in here. Torch has already started that process, already applying the height data, so that's why it's starting to get conformed to that LiDAR, which is the black. This black here would have been part of that template that was created here in Max, which I'll bring that back here real quick. So we've got track. So this is that lower poly model. Whoops, it's not going to let me. Let's go to my items list. So if I select just this track template, this is the lower poly model of that LiDAR. So this has already been conformed to the LiDAR. So we were able to take this model, spit this out from Max and bring it into Sandbox and be able to conform that to the track geometry so that we can have a one-to-one representation of that LiDAR into Sandbox. And that's what gives us that one-to-one compare. Now, if we were able to take, I know we've mentioned this many times before, if we were able to take this entire track model from the LiDAR and make that into a track, we wouldn't have to do any of that. But the fact that there's no way the simulation itself or whatever can handle all that data, that's just way too much data for it to render. And you can see how much my 3D Max, as I try to pivot around in this with this LiDAR open in here, how much it chugs. You can just imagine how much it would chug if I was to put it into a simulation and try to render that. And that's without any textures or anything like that. So this is why it doesn't matter. Anything that's basically scanned, laser scanned, has to be dummied down enough or whatever for it to be usable into a any type of simulation. Doesn't matter if it's Wreckfest, any of the NASCAR games, like GTA 5. And you can't use all this data that's in this cloud point data as far as in a laser scan. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. So James I built the hotel on the ground, so the hotel needs raised. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and that's what I just confirmed there. So I would have to raise, and that's just confirmation from James that I would have to raise that hotel model. So keeping in mind that the LiDAR itself, even though the lowest point is set to 0, this information, as far as where the hotel stands, is up higher, right? So let's say just for clarity, this center point that's on here, that's set to 0, as you can see here. So this hotel actually sits up on a higher elevation, So that's what James was clarifying there. So he built it based on a zero plane, as I've already shown. So you would have to raise the model up in order to see how it complies to the LiDAR. So what I would have to do, let's bring in the hotel back. Just bringing these things back one at a time. So that would be Texas Tower. So there it is there. So see if you can select it. I'm going to my items list here. So I know if I try to select it in the scene here, it's going to probably want to try and grab the right LiDAR. Okay, so what I would have to do here, you can see that model that James has created based on the LiDAR. So if I raise it up, like so, that still seems not tall enough to me. Here's the base of it right here. The base of it should be down here. So it still seems to be, it needs to scaled up. And I could be wrong on that, but you can kind of get the idea of how this model would have been created. I can always put this back to 0, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, it seems to me it needs to be a little bit taller than what is actually represented here, which wouldn't be too hard. It could easily be scaled at this point here based on just its constructor, just to scale it up on the Z-axis to bring it to the base. You can clearly see the base of it here, and we still got from here's the base of it down here. Especially having these peaks, I guess, up where they need to be. So there'll probably be some adjustments that'll have to be made to that model, but you can definitely see how it lines up. As far as the towers, you got all this data here for the where would be the valet, as far as where you come into the hotel and all that stuff. Definitely all the scale. All these little bits up on top here. Maybe a little bit off, so there might be some adjustment there, but it definitely feels it's in the right direction. Yeah, and this is an afterthought. You know, these are things that you'll probably want to tackle once you get the track, the whole track configuration itself done. But that's just to kind of show the steps that are being made, I guess, to get everything lined up. Just basically to that point. So I'm going to go ahead and zero that back out. Yeah, so that was one of the things that Torch and I had discussed, and this is what I tried to show in a previous stream, as far as to use the lowest point of the LiDAR to line that up at 0, and you can go from there. As far as that way, once you bring it into Sandbox, Sandbox has its own natural ground plane, which is set to 0. So if you've got that lowest point of the LiDAR set to that, you're basically building the track up from that 0. Either up or down, depending. In this case, in a lot of cases, it ends up being up from that. Once you set that lowest point of the LiDAR on your ground plane, because that's already set to 0 as well. So I'll bring back the ground plane, which is also set at 0 in Max here. So if I select the ground plane, that's set to 0 on the Z. Setting that LiDAR on the ground plane, which is set to 0, that lowest point to 0, and then build up from there. I don't know if that's necessarily what the approach the Torch is taking, but generally that's the rule of thumb, I guess, with that. That's why you stopped on it where you did? That's fair. Yeah, because we didn't know that. At the time you probably did it, you didn't have the height data. So now that we have the height data, it's easier to be able to do that. And we found that to be true, I guess, too, with the grandstands that you had previously built in 2015, right? So there's that. Now, did we ever get this, James? Did we ever get this model for that hotel into the 15 build? I don't remember, or was that an afterthought? That was something else I didn't take into consideration. I'm gonna hide this. Let's hide this again. Now that I've shown a lot of that off. No, it was a Pappy object. That's a Pappy object? This one here? This is the Pappy object? Really? This is the Pappy object? I would have never thought it would have been that detailed. Seriously, now you got me curious. So this is scratch made, right? So, oh, I see. So you use the Pappy model, I guess, as your base for your height, is what you're saying. Which obviously goes to prove how much they were off. And keeping in mind, back in 2003 when Papyrus was making a lot of these models, they definitely didn't have that information to go by. So, yeah, just to reiterate what James meant, here he used the Pappy model to get the height data, but use the real-world information as far as the SAT image, I guess, to get the clarity that we see in the scratch-made model here. Yeah. The 2015 was a Pappy. Okay, I couldn't remember. So this was a afterthought, I guess, as far as the 2015 build. Gotcha. Oh, welcome on in, Atlas there. Appreciate you stopping on in. Yeah, this is Dallas as far as the Texas Motor Speedway that we're confirming on here. Now, there's some information that we've got from previous unknown information. So, like what we were just discussing there, as far as James's build of this hotel that's outside of Turn 2 of the track, was based on height data from NASCAR Racing 2003, which obviously is proving to be inaccurate. And this is why, using the LiDAR, we have that real-world information now to be able to adjust a lot of these previously built models from that. So we got a ground plane here based on, this is 2018. I forget, it was fall of 2018, something like that. So it's pretty recent. It's not, 2020 or anything like that, but it's as far as the reconfiguration of turns 1 and 2, as far as all that height data and such, is included in this. This is part of the reasons that Torch is taking the initiative, I guess, to try and apply that information, I guess, to a more modern rendition, I guess, of the track, at least for NASCAR Racing 2003, but possibly abroad. Okay. Just checking out some things here. So yeah, this is from what I can see so far, Torch, what you've got so far, and obviously you're still working on it even as we speak. The track template in here is in representative of black, which is the LiDAR, and the magenta or the pink is the track geometry that you're conforming to that LiDAR. Seems to be lining up fantastically. I've already shown that the ground plane is at 0, much the same as it is in Max. So it's a 1-1 representation of the track in Max in comparison to Sandbox. That's definitely the direction you want to go. But Atlas, you drove by Talladega on the way to Heflin, and I'm not sure the areas. Another giant track compound. Yeah, Talladega is for sure. Saw this one driving through Dallas 2 years ago on the way back from Baton Rouge. Insanely huge. Yeah. Now you can actually see it. No, I guess what you're saying, you were driving back from. I gotcha. I was gonna say, if you're in Baton Rouge and you can see them structures there, that's that would be pretty crazy. I know Texas and Louisiana are fairly close together, but not quite that close. But yeah, I would imagine you can definitely see this. I know Chavez, coming from that area, can probably appreciate this pretty well too. I'd imagine. Maybe not. He doesn't get into the racing as much. I don't know, but but yeah, just kind of picture if you were driving by this facility off the highway. Just to kind of put this in a distance here, you can definitely. I don't have everything in here, but that's just the hotel and the track template. If I were to put the grandstands and stuff in here, yeah, it would be pretty a pretty recognizable structure. Oh, you're delivering down the road from TMS? That's crazy. Nice. Oh, the track template. Yeah, I haven't gotten all the way through to that yet. That's what I was also pointing out. So the track template, the same thing as in Max. There, you want to have the track template all zeroed out. So when you bring it in, you have that 1-to-1 representation and that uniformity between both Max and in Sandbox. And this is all taking in consideration that shift that Sandbox would do to recenter. I already discussed that, but If we look at the track template itself, we look at the ground plane. Let's see. So if we go to the track template, which is this model, you can see that's all zeroed out as well. So that's definitely what you want to make sure. There shouldn't be any shifting or any fudging, I guess, of these values in here to get it to force it to line up. So as long as you're able to get the models from Max into your sandbox, then you know you're perfectly zeroed out from your back. Now, what we haven't looked at yet is the background image. That's the next thing I want to look at here, is because this model here for the ground plane has the cutout into it. So if we turn off, just out of curiosity, let's go to geometry view. Okay, and if we turn off this, we can see that fluctuation, I guess, from between having the ground plane image and just the background image. So when I turn this off, that's just the background image with the geometry, right? With no textures applied to it. So if I bring it back, you can see what's going on. Now if I go ahead and turn off this one, you can see the cutout. Now this is the ground plane just by itself with that cutout in here, and this is what we discussed in a previous stream as far as how to line up your background image with your ground plane to make sure that your scaling of your background image is correct. So we got this cutout in here based on that image that we already created previously. So when we bring in our background image, we can confirm that these different areas of the ground plane texture are lined up with your background image. So if we bring back the background image, you can see how perfectly that lines up. And it's all zeroed out. This is where you want to get to, I guess, as far as to continue on with the track build to make sure everything is accurate. If any of that is fudged, needing to be fudged, I guess, to get it to force it to line up, then you're gonna more than likely run into some inaccuracies as far as the radiuses of turns and things like that, the length of the straightaways, things like that. So you definitely want to make sure, I guess, that you can get to this point before you continue. I'll try to take pics of TMS, but I'll be back. Hey, no problem there, Chef. Hey, if you can get shots of it, I'm sure. Yeah, sure, we can definitely use those. Should be very little foundation between the background. Oh, fluctuation. I'm sorry. Between the background. Yeah, that's what I was just showing there. So the fact that there's very little fluctuation between. That's what I was just showing there. You can definitely, and that's kind of where I got to, I guess, last week. Granted, the one that I was showing, I had to fudge it a little bit to get it that way. You know, as far as to force it, I guess, to fit in there, and that's what we wanted to eliminate, having to fudge it to get it to fit. But yeah, if I go back and forth between, now this is just background image with the geometry again, just to kind of summarize again, and this is with the ground plane on and all the objects with the textures. So you can see very little fluctuation, I guess, from the model and the background image. So if you can get it to this point, you're moving in the right direction. That's definitely what you want to see. Oh, but it would be too dark. Oh, gotcha. I thought you meant you'd be right back. My bad. So to be too dark. Hey, when and whenever you can, when and if you can get any pictures of that would be definitely used for show. We're not putting in any obligation, I guess, to do that. If you can get them, great. If not, that's perfectly fine too. But I'm sure Torch in particular would probably very much appreciate it. After seeing TMS, I can see that Bristol would be big. The buildings at TMS, not only tall, but a mile long. Yeah, in some cases they are pretty big. Yeah, because the fact that the track itself is 1.5 miles in itself, in diameter, you know, as far as the configuration of it. Yeah. It only took you... Yeah, it only took you 3 weeks, right? So yeah, that's part of the process here, and I know that's you definitely got to have the patience with this. So this is probably at least, I know Torch has got plenty of PTFs to get it to this point. So the fact that it's taken 3 weeks, you know, trial and error, I guess, to try and get it exactly perfect enough or whatever to be able to continue with the build to get it to this point just like Torch had mentioned, it's taken about 3 weeks just to get to this point, to get it perfect, or next to perfect. So from here, it's definitely should be smooth sailing. Track side of the model is broadcast booth. Yeah, I think that's what's Torch in there. Yeah, so they do have actually broadcast booths and stuff like that in the main grandstands as well. There's VIP as well as broadcast booths, whatever, in different areas of the track to include the hotel. There's some in these buildings over here as well as the main grand. And all depending on what series is actually performing, I guess, at the venue, determines, I guess, what they tend to use. I know NASCAR even uses some broadcasting, I guess, even in the garage in the pit area. It just depends on what type of coverage that they're trying to cover, I guess, during the broadcast. Yeah, don't even get me started on Daytona. I know that's one of Racer James's, I guess, biggest. He gets a big dime Woody, I guess, as far as being able to do anything with Daytona. I've given plenty of my insight, I guess, as far as my feelings on doing another scratch build Daytona build. There's so many renditions of Daytona out there that are all done very, very, very wrong, as far as in its structure and its construction. And yeah, just to do the safer, just to give some insight, this is part of my biggest issue, I guess, with doing another Daytona, another rendition of it. Just the fact, just to do any of the safer by itself, not considering anything else. That's to include all the individual pieces of foam and the structural safer and the geometrics and everything like that. We're talking in like close to 1,600 different individual polys, or not individual pieces of foam. Let's put it that way. That in itself would probably take, in one sitting. I've done the safer foam well enough there. Just in one sitting, it would probably take you about 10 hours. That's for me, as far as to get everything conformed, I guess, to the track geometry. Once you get the track laid out, that's all considering that the track layout has been done. All that's been done as far as the height and all that stuff, that's all been tweaked to get to that point. So that's all considered. So again, just putting it all in a timeline here, it's taken Torch about 3 weeks to get to this point, just to get the track itself laid out. We haven't even touched the safer yet. Now granted, the safer for this one here is probably going to be, I think Torch did an initial run there. I think it ended up being how many different sections of 30 that you come up with there, Torch? You know, so to do that and get them all conformed would probably take you in one sitting. Again, just considering one sitting, probably a good 6 to 8 hours in one sitting. If you were just to sit there and do it from start to finish with no stopping, maybe a break here and there, but that would be a full-time day, I guess, in itself, just to do that. Let's see, have you guys done Talladega? We have not done a scratch build. I know James had done his own rendition of a what was that called there, James? I guess as far as it was like a fictional version of Dega, but as far as doing a realistic scratch build of Talladega, no. Dover has been done. Actually, Torch has already got a rendition of Dover for the 50th anniversary of it already done. That is actually available on the Spline Design Studios website. In fact, we can kind of navigate over to that just to kind of see how that's doing. Kind of in that mode right now, so let's go over to the Spline Design site and take a look at that. Let's do this. Put this in a new window so y'all can see what's going on. Alright, so at the Spline Design Studios website, and it's been out here since I want to say October, because I know the last Torch had also put out a chase edition of the same 50th anniversary track about a month later, so there's that out there as well. Yep. So as Torch mentioned there's a Dover track. So it is at the Spline Design site. So if you go into here, I don't know why it goes to this. Yeah, here's a picture of it. I just got a screenshot of it. But it shows it's got the 3D Safer foam to depict, I guess, the safer in its accuracy, as far as that distance that is lost on the racing groove, I guess, as far as the better part of 40 inches thickness of the foam and the thickness of the steel wall itself. 40 inches is what that equates to. So yep, that's completely available at the Spline Design Studio. How many? Oh, yeah, we got a little bit of a read up in here as far as what's going on with it. Torch has plugged us in as far as for Spline Designs, and myself and James, I guess, as far as to collaborate, I guess, with that build of Dover. That took the better part of, I believe it started like the beginning of August, thereabouts, and it went all the way to, now granted he had a lot of the work done, it was just a lot of tweaking on some of the models and such, so a lot of the heavy lifting had already been done prior to us assisting Torch, I guess, on that build, but it took us roughly from about the 8th of the beginning of August to about the end of October to get that to its finalization, which is now available on the Spline Design site. But yeah, actually, I have been doing some. I'm gonna go over to the Spline Designs YouTube. If you go to the Rock Nation, Discord here, I do have a new section on the YouTube that does show the Dover build in its entirety over here. No, thank you. But yeah, there's an entire playlist starting all the way back from August 8th to 20 of this year that goes all the way to the end, to include the chase race that he released about a month afterwards of that. So that's also in here as well. That shows that. Feel free to check that out yourself. In fact, I'll go ahead, put the link in here, I guess, for that playlist, if you want to go ahead and check that out. But I do have it readily available right on the Rock Nation Dislike, so you can either get it from here or go into the playlist. Either way. We got the Charlotte Roval build in here as well. We got the North Wilkesboro build, and the most recently the Dover build. I will be getting more builds in here to include this Texas one as it progresses. But to get you the link to this particular playlist, there's the entire playlist right here. I'll slap this up into the chat here so that you can feel free to bookmark that, watch it at your leisure if you so choose. You'd love to do this, but you don't have the patience. You definitely have to have the patience. If you don't have the patience in here, you're probably not going to do well at it. Because even with the frustrations that we've had, I know Torch, I can probably speak for Torch as far as many times as you had to redo it to get to this point, to finally get it to where it's near perfect. It can get very frustrating. Very, very, very frustrating. And it's like, but it really comes down to, if you want it done right, if you want it to be done more accurately and in much the same fashion a lot of these game developers do it, this would be the same thing they would do to get it to comply, I guess, with their game engine. It would be definitely done in much the same fashion. Now, granted, there's probably a little bit more to do, I guess, for NASCAR 2003, because it is such an older simulation, as far as having to dummy it down so much more and things like that, but it's still relatively the same process, because there's absolutely no way, even for the likes of iRacing, to be able to use all the data that they get from a laser scan, to use all that data that they collect out of that laser scan into their racing simulation. It's totally impossible. They can use quite a bit of it to get it, accurately depicted, as far as the different models, structures around track and things like that, but not everything. It has to be dummied down. No other way around that. Yeah, the reward is worth the effort. Absolutely. Let's see. I don't have but 2 days. 2 days at home. What is that? Is that your 2 days you already had there, Chavez, or you got another 2 days coming? Mr. Chavez has my. Well, what's busy? What's busy there, Chavez? What do you got going on over there? Yeah, so did you mean, I guess, did you already had your 2 days off, or you have another 2 days coming off? Whoops. Oh, same 2 days. Okay, so you're currently still on your. I got you. I think. Y'all trying to swear? See, the bot doesn't like that. Oh, so Miss, I got you. So she's got your butt busy. I got you. On top of that, well, it's probably good for you though. Probably good for you. Kind of keep your mind off of things, keep you honest, keep you out of trouble. Yeah. So on top of just having the patience for it, that's number one. If you lack the patience, or if you have some frustration management about you definitely need to have that. There's plenty of times that I get frustrated myself, and like I said, I can probably definitely speak for Torch or Richard James or like that. When you're doing these things, when things just don't line up just the way you expect them to, or the way they should, it just forces you to have to start over, start from scratch, rather than to try and fix a broken. Sometimes there is just no coming back, especially when you're doing a lot of this stuff when you're building something from nothing. It's definitely just worth it in that early portion of the build. If you don't have a lot of invested in it. I mean, granted, you're going to have a lot of time invested in trying to get it to perfection, or next to perfection. But when you're that early into the build, it's much easier just to go ahead and start over and be like, okay, where did I go wrong? And then, in some cases, when you start over, you'd be like, oh, so that's what I did wrong. To make it, shift off or whatever like that. So, in a lot of cases, starting over is not necessarily a terrible thing. But from what I'm seeing so far, what I've already shown here, it's definitely not proving to have to start over from this point. Other than the fact that, I've gone over some of these previous models that are built, it's just a little bit of adjustment here and there. And I've already had to do that with the big Haas model. I'll need to bring that into this model, into this scene here eventually too. In fact, I could probably still do that. I think I can still do that. Let's see here. Check some things out. Yeah, so this max scene that I have here now from Torch, this is something that you definitely want to consider. It's much better if you can go by one. And again, this is just considering the fact that we've got a complete model of the track in reality. If you've got that to go on, base all your models, if you can. Now, granted, we do have some previously built models that didn't have this LiDAR information, right? But we're able to bring those in here, to much like this hotel, the big Haas that I've already shown previously, the grandstands, as far as the main grandstands. What we're coming to find so far, it's very minimal adjustment, and that's to be expected. The fact that we were that close, I guess, to accuracy back when we did it back in 2015 when we didn't have the LiDAR information. That goes to show, I guess, as far as constructing in an accurate fashion, at least anyway. But you like trouble? I'm tired, so it makes sense for me. You got scolded? Where'd you get scolded? Oh, yeah, for trying to say bad words in the chat, yeah. The bot doesn't like that. It will reprimand you. Try to keep it relatively PG, I guess, in here at times. Doesn't always happen, but we try to keep it as close to that as possible. Alright, so yeah, what I'm going to try and do here now is bring in the big Haas, and possibly the... now, I do have a previous 2014 Max scene save, so I should be able to do this, to just be able to merge in this case, not open, because I want to be able to bring it into this model, to this scene. So we're going to do it. Whoops, my bad. I want to cancel that. So I'm going to do an import, merge, and then navigate to my previously saved scene that had the big Haas and all that into it. And we're going to see where we're at. Now, keeping in mind is probably, this thing is, it's already been chugging, I guess, as far as having that complete LiDAR in here. So that's going to be interesting. Okay, I need to go to desktop. We got Torch's working folder here. I guess for his Texas build. Wait a minute, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Standing right on it. Jeez, OP. Yeah, so I started moving some of this stuff into one consolidated folder. The only folder it's not letting me move is this this one here for some reason. I gotta figure out what's going on with that. But I do have a copy of it in here. So once I figure out what's not allowing me, I guess, to get rid of that one here, I got everything that Torch has done from start to finish since probably even before Christmas here. But yeah, it's all relatively in here to include these pics. Which yeah, it should be this one right here. So I need to merge in. I need to merge in this Big Hoss. That's the LiDAR for the Big Hoss that I had. Did I not? This one might not have it. Let me see. So I got the suites and ground plane. So I got the LiDAR for the Big Hoss there, but I don't have the model for the Big Hoss. Interesting. Okay, let me cancel that one. Let me try this other scene. One of them I did. I thought I brought it into that latest one there, but I guess I didn't. I got the LiDAR in there, but I don't have the Big Hoss itself. It doesn't look like. So let's do import. And we'll go to this other scene. We'll get her figured out here. So Torch, build. Let's go to here. Gotta run, guys. Have a good one. No problem to Chavez. You be safe there on the road. You definitely appreciate you just dropping on in here, especially for all the biddies. You have a fantastic rest of your weekend. And just be safe out there, right? Definitely good to see you back around. Alright, where did I go with my... I got lost here for a second. Hold on. What did I do wrong here? I wanted to... merge. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So I need this one here. I'm going to try this one. I thought for sure I had it in this one, but apparently not. It definitely should be in this one. Okay, so maybe it's not showing in here, I guess, as far as the hidden object. That's what it seems like. You dirty rascal, anyway. I'll have to deal with that. Yeah, so these planes here are just my rulers to get it the ground plane in that sized up. But the Big Hoss model, it was showing the... let's go ahead and we'll do this. And I saw the items in there for the... grandstand. I'm gonna try that. Not sure. I might have had the Big Hoss hidden. It's got the ground plane and then all the stuff for the suites, but not for the. It's got the LiDAR in here for it, but I don't want that. These planes, I don't remember what those are for. I'm just gonna bring the grandstands in. Got all that stuff for that. We can at least check that out. Did it bring it in? Hello? Or did it keep it hidden? Yep, it kept it hidden. Okay, gotcha. Alright, so there's the main grand. Part of it, at least, anyway. And this was based on a 2015 build, keep in mind. So the information that we had back then for this build here, so there's some adjustment that obviously needs to be made. You know, keeping in mind the way we've got this scaled and zeroed out based on this build for with the LiDAR and all that stuff, it's definitely going to you know, prove that it needs some adjustment, just like this hotel, for example. But as far as the scale of it, you can definitely see. Let's see if we can get this lined up here. Actually, do we have this conformed? It is not completely zeroed out. Let's see if we zero it out. Let's see what that does. Just curious. Okay, that's going to put it there. Let's do effect pivot, center it. Okay, it wasn't centered, so let's do that. Then we'll go ahead and zero it out. Okay. We're going to get this thing lined up here and see how close we are. See how much it does need to be adjusted. Now this is just the seating area for the main grandstands. I didn't bring all the other pieces to it into it yet. In fact, I almost think I can bring all the pieces in there, group it. I've shown this process before too. If you've got individual pieces, you can scale those and get them in position, I guess, as a unit as opposed to individually. That's probably the way I'll go about this, actually. I think that's what I'm going to do. I just talked myself into that. So I'm going to bring all those individual pieces for that grandstand build back from the 2015 build into our scene here. Let's do that. So we need to go back to import, merge, and I'm going to go into this scene. Yeah, so you can see the little thumbnail shows the planes that I put in there, I guess, to be able to line up our ground plane to scale it. Based on the measurements that we took in Google Earth and so on. So that's why I get these two planes. That's what those represent. Wait a minute. Did I open the wrong one? I think I did. Doesn't show me all my grandstand stuff. Hold on. Gotta get the right one. Was that this one? I forgot. Yeah, here it is. So we got the... They need this. I can select these all together so I can do the suites. And also, this box 3 thing is part of that as well. Let's bring those all back in here. Alright, so those are probably all going to be hidden. So let's go to unhide my name. And there they are. Box 3. Main and suites. Boom. Alright, so now what I can do is group this all together. Because right now they're all in individual pieces. So the box 3, the main, and the suites, and group that, and we'll just call this main grand. Doesn't really matter, just so we can differentiate it in our scene here as far as what it is. So now when we go to our list here, it's going to be in here as main grand. Got that now selected. Now we can position and scale it, whatever we need to do to it as a group, as opposed to individual pieces. Alright, so let's go to top-down view. This would have been the approach, I guess, back in the day, back in 2015, to base it on the SAT image from, you know, something in that time frame. Granted, we got a newer set here. They haven't made much changes to the main grand since the 2015 build, so we shouldn't see like any drastic changes. But from here, anyway, we can... Here, let me do this too. I need to back this up here. I need to effect pivot for this entire group. And center that. It was only a little bit off, but definitely always makes sense, I guess, to be able to effect the pivot, center it, based on the average, I guess, of this entire shape of the model. Okay, so now that we're there, and the reason that this is highlighted, if that hasn't been made clear, is because it's in a group. So if at any point that you select something in your scene, you see it highlighted, you know, in bold, chances are it's in a group. And another way you can tell in your items list if it's in a group, it'll have like a little collapse icon next to it, as opposed to just a regular sphere, to let you know that it's also in a group. So either that bold or this icon that it puts next to your items list will determine whether that is in a group. So if you're opening a scene that has it in there, that's what that means. If you haven't done it yourself, at least, anyway, too. Alright, so we got this selected. So all that would mean is you would have to go in here to ungroup it, just for further clarification. So let's see if we can get this with this now. We've affected the pivot. We're going to get this thing lined up based on the ground plane. Now we know our ground plane is already properly scaled and zeroed out and all that good stuff. So we should, in theory, be able to line up. Now we can use markers that are on our ground plane image here to line this model up. So what we can probably do is get it roughly into position here, and I can go on the Z by being able to slide this up and down like so. Let's see how close we are. Now, I think, trying to remember how this model was built back then as far as to what it includes here. So let me go into this view here really quick. Okay, so this doesn't include the Speedway Club. Gotcha. It's got the seating for it, but not the entire Speedway Club. Okay, that was one thing. So the seating should have a little bit of a buffer between. Now we can see where the track surface actually starts here, which is this lighter gray. Okay, so if we look back here, we need to get these towers to line up with these deals right here. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's look over here. Yeah, so these, you can see this outline here in our ground plane image here. That would be these towers. So that would be, in theory, where we would want to get our model lined up to. So let's go back to top down. So this is a completely top down view, so I can see it from this perspective. So I don't have any angularity into the view here. It's not skewed or tipped, you know, on the axis, I guess, either on the Y or the X here. So I'm completely looking down it, flat down, top down. Okay. So what I'm noticing here is just how much these things are off now. Alright, so the seating here for the Speedway Club is right there, so that we don't have all of that ground plane in here, which is not that much of an issue, but we have some information here to be able to get that lined up. Now the edge of the seating for the grandstands, based on the ground plane here, let me hide this. Yeah, so the edge of the seating would be, here's the wall right here is where that, you can see the shadow for that. And then the edge of the seating is roughly right about here. So it's, you know, actually behind the wall, as we know it. All right, so if we move this model, okay, and if we do this, oops, went the wrong way. Wow, you know how much. So basically all I got showing right now is just the suites with the towers. You can see how much that's off. That's what I'm a little bit perplexed about right now. Do we need to rescale this model that much? Yowza. Is that so what I'd have to do is bring this, and this is just the suites, it doesn't include the seats. Alright, I need to go this way. Okay. So now you can see how I got these towers here, and this is based on the 2015 model to the ground plane, which is supposedly, you know, accurately scaled and measured. So I'm just lining up those bits there, I guess, with our ground plane on the model. So that would need to go. Keep in mind the track walls are on top of the track surface. Okay, that's right. Fair. What I'm going by, I guess, at this point, that's why I took the template out, just to see where the actual wall is and see where the seating on this model actually lands, right? Yeah, so what Torch is mentioning as far as the track template does include the top of the wall, so that it actually includes more than just the track surface. And that's one of the reasons why I had hidden the track template itself, just to see where this model lands as far as the edge of the seating goes. Alright, so what I'm in the process of lining up right now, based on our ground plane image, which is like I said, it's already been resized. See how I'm lining up the suites on this this model for the grandstands up to that, so you can see these for the towers. I'm just lining those up there, at least attempting to, just to see how much adjustment there needs to be to it. Alright, so the suites, you can see the edge of those are right here. Thereabouts, I believe. Yeah, so this would be the roof of it. You can see all the little air conditioners and stuff on top of it. So we basically need to have the suites right about there, roughly. Right, I know it's not a lot, but there's, yeah, some of that in there. So it's not just the track surface, yeah. Definitely took that into account there. Alright, so now if we raise this up, now we can see where the edge of the seats are. Whoa, baby. Yeah, so we can see that the edge of the seats actually come out to the track a little bit past the wall. So there might be some adjustment that needs to be made to the model itself. And that's the fact that we've got this round model, that's not really an issue. I may be able to go so far. I'm going to make a clone of this group, just so I can make some adjustments to this in the scale of it, just to see what we got here. So what I'm going to do, without touching and totally stepping on this part of the model, I'm going to clone this and just make a copy of it. That's fine. Now I got 2 copies of this. I'm going to hide the other one, so we have something to go back on. So we're going to hide that one and just keep this one that I just cloned. And what I'm going to do is scale this, in this case on the Y. So by that I'm going to here, but I'm going to scale it this way on the Y only, like so. That may or may not give me what I want. That's what I wanted to make a copy of that. I can make a clone of it so I could see. You can see what, in an effort, what I'm trying to do here as far as to get that to line up where it goes based on our new ground plane. And getting this still to line up, I guess, with what we can see on that ground plane image to the model. Okay, so let's go back to this. Get it down a little more. So I'm moving it down just a little bit at a time on the scale. Again, I can see the edge of the stands right there. I'm just lining it up like so. So we're going to probably need to scale it down just a little bit more. Now you can see how some of this stuff is getting out of whack over on here, and this is why I made a clone of it. So I wanted to see how this was going to change the integrity of our model. Now, keeping in fact the way it's scaling it on the Y, what it's doing is each of these sections here, and this is probably why it's making this too much shorter, it's changing the Y for that particular section, you know, kind of in its own way. So it's not doing it as uniform as I would like it to in just that one direction. That's what I wanted to see, at least anyway. So what I want to come to the conclusion of, is there anything that we can salvage out of this without completely having to rebuild it? I think that's definitely possible. It's just a matter of, but you can see how it really changed the integrity of this end of the stands here, as far as to suck these in a lot more than it was. That's definitely what we don't want. But that's what I wanted to test anyway by scaling it in that fashion. Okay. That might not be the way we want to go about it. We definitely don't want to do a uniform scale, I don't think, because a uniform scale, what that would do, would basically just uniformly rescale from the height, X, and Y all at the same time. That's probably what we don't want to do, but it might not be a bad idea. Alright, let me see if I can back this up here. Let's put it back to where it was. Okay, there we go. So we're back to square one on this clone model. Cool. Let's see here. What else can we do? I'm going to try a uniform scale. We're just trying some things out here to see what we could necessarily do. What I was hoping to be able to do by putting it in a group, at least anyway, is to reconform it based on our new ground plane that we have properly sized. Not that this wasn't done in the same fashion back in 15, but I'm definitely seeing some discrepancies between being able to line this up in the same fashion that it would have been done in 15 to this model, as you can tell. So the fact that I've got all these towers lined up here, but look at where the edge of the grandstands actually land. It's actually cutting into somewhat to the track surface. It's probably what we don't want. Now there's probably a little bit of a fudge factor, I suppose. Let me see what we got here. We'll zoom in a little bit closer here. We might not be that far off, as I'm thinking. Okay, so there's the top of the wall. Edge of the seat. Now, keeping in mind this ground plane is actually at 0, so this has got some height data into it as well. So if I were to bring this down a little bit, for example, to get this one to be down, 'cause this is up higher on this end. So if I bring that down closer to 0, just see where we're at here. Okay. Yeah, so you can see the shadows of where that tower is. That tower should be in the right spot. Some of them are maybe a little bit shifted off. Those can be adjusted. So I'm just looking at it from this perspective here, so you can see the shadow from that. I don't think we're probably as far as we think we are. So you can see these walkways, I guess, to the towers there. That seems to be right where they need to be. But I'm not 100% sold on how far these need to go, because I had to shift it back this way. Okay. So keeping in mind, too, I have this down. So it's... Okay. Alright, so we can see the Speedway Club is right. That's lined up almost perfectly where it needs to be. You can see the shadow for that. As far as the seating in there, and that's all flat. Keep in mind that, but this is our model. Okay. And I'm looking at these walkways to the different towers here. If anything, we might be a little bit off this way. Yeah. What I'm also looking at is where the top of the, in the ground plane image, at least anyway, as far as where the rooftops are, those for those towers. This one here is way over here. It almost seems like this entire tower would need to be on top of that. Same goes here, 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 and so on. Hence, it goes back to my thought that the model itself needs to be scaled on the Y to be less deep. So that might be one adjustment we'll have to make to it, possibly. For the most part, it doesn't look too bad just that way. With that possible consideration, I guess, for where these towers land is all. But yeah, we can see the track surface right there without the track template into it. So we've got the seating actually behind the wall that's on the ground plane image. And just by putting it into an initial placement here without doing anything to it, I haven't rescaled it or resized it or the model itself. This is the build from 15, just to kind of give you some clarity. So I'm just bringing this down a little bit to bring this. It's a little bit higher on this end than it is over here, obviously. So it does have some height data into the model. Again, just to summarize. Yeah, what I think is just off a little bit is how deep possibly these VIP booths are. Because again, if you look through here, you can see where those towers land. That's the only thing that I'm seeing that's possibly off. That might need to be adjusted. Now, keeping in mind we have all these, as far as this grandstand build, it's all in individual pieces. So we have the seating area, the VIP suites, and the towers are all separate. So they can be manipulated in an individual fashion if we need to. But I think that's pretty much rough placement, I guess, for that. Much the same that has been done for this hotel. And much can be done for the big house. I don't know where that big house went. That's what's still kind of bugging me. It should have been in one of those models, the 3D scenes, 3ds Max scenes anyway. Let's see here. Let us see here. I'm going to look in this one more time just to see what we got. So really all we're really, at this point with all the new work that's being done by Torch there, I guess anyway, to get it to where it is, he's, like I was saying, he's already in the motions, I guess, to get the track geometry conform to that new placement, I guess, of the track LiDAR template and so on. So once we do have all that full-on information from Torch, will we be able to test it in the sim, at least to get an initial feel, I guess, for what's going on. Whether that comes next week or not, that's still yet to be seen. But from as much work as I've seen Torch do, I guess, in these last couple of days to get it to this point, I wouldn't put it past them to have something out there, I guess, by next week. And not that there's any rush in it, but I mean, I'm sure Torch is definitely to the point where he just wants to get the monkey off the back, and that's totally understandable. But I can appreciate the approach that he's taken to it, to not just say that's good enough. Alright, so let's merge. You expect to have walls, etc. by then? That's being pretty, yeah, I mean, if we can just get just the track surface in there, that's more than I could ask for. Just to be able to test out the actual track surface in the sim, at least in testing. Let me look at this scene here again. I got to figure out what happened to my big hoss model. I know I got the one for the LiDAR, but I don't want that. We already have the full LiDAR in this scene. Yeah, let me try this one here again. So I got the 2 planes, ground planes, suites. Why is it not showing me my big hoss? I might have to open up these scenes separate just to see, because it's got the LiDAR in here for the big hoss, but not the, that's why it's got the USGS, that's the LiDAR polysegment for the big hoss. Alright, so cancel that. I'm going to save this model, or this scene. Now that we got that, yep, put it right on this one here. We're going to save right on top of that one here. So this is the base. All of this here is based on the Max 2016 scene that Torch had given me. I've saved it as a 14 save. Now I got this information here for the grandstands as a group still. Give this a chance to save. A lot of data in there. So keeping in mind I have the LiDAR, which is hidden. That's why it's taking a little bit longer, I guess, to get it saved. Yep, so we're still about 489 megabytes. That's a chunky scene. We've seen chunkier, trust me, but that's definitely a pretty beefy boy. Yeah, ambitious. That's not another word. I'm old and very ambitious. Well, those are 2 very good qualities, I guess, to have for doing something like this. Have the ambition, motivation, patience, number 1 of all. That's probably the utmost biggest thing you need to have is patience. But to have the motivation, ambition, age isn't really a factor. Anybody of any age, I think between James, myself, and then yourself, we're all across the spectrum here. James being the youngest, I'm kind of in the middle, and Torch, you're kind of the elder, I guess, of the whole thing. Just to kind of put it in perspective, at least, anyway. But yeah, it doesn't seem, it doesn't, age is not really an object. Now, obviously someone that's, I've worked with quite a few people that are much younger than myself, that just have tons and tons of ambition, but not necessarily the patience. They just want it done like right now, and that's always not going to happen. That patience gets the better of them. It's just like they want to get it done now, which definitely creates the necessity to apply shortcuts, which in my opinion, that's not the best approach to go about it in order to maintain accuracy. So it took some learning to, yeah. Well, hopefully some of that might have rubbed off on you, I guess, as far as that goes. Okay, so now they got the scene saved. I need to open up a new scene, and I want to open up that previous one here, which is this one, and I should have the hoss in there. I just want to see if it is in there. Whoops, am I opening both of those? Crap, that's not what I wanted to do. I thought I was gonna, okay, just wanted to make sure. So this, I don't want to worry about that. Alright, so there's the LiDAR for the big hoss. Huh. Interesting. So it's not, it is definitely not in here. So I got the LiDAR for it. This one here is all part of the main grand. These are the measurement planes. So it's not in that one, okay. Well, I'll be danged. Let's do a new, we'll open up the other scene. Should be in one of them. Hopefully I didn't step it out of there. That's what I'm trying to come to terms with here, at least anyway. That's where the age comes in handy. Well, there you go. Okay, let's see what I got in this one. Well, what in the heck? I don't know what I did with my big hoss model, so I might have to. I might have just scrapped it because of all the problems that we have. I can definitely still bring that back in if I needed to. Or did I save this separate? Let me see here. I might have put it in a different folder. I might have. Let's see. Let me check my. I don't think I would have entirely scrapped that thing. Let's do this. Yeah, I did a 2020 folder. So there's the video screen here. Yeah, that's what I did. At least I think. Okay, so I don't have a scene, but I do have it set up here at least anyway. Okay, hold on. What did I do with the scene? Oh boy. Okay, so I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'm assuming what I must have did is I must have just scrapped that because I knew there was going to be some adjustments to the LiDAR and such like that. So I figured once that was all done, I was just going to redo that big hoss. Which, as we're seeing with the main grandstand, as I bring that back in there, there's definitely some room for adjustment in that model. So that probably sounds about probably what I did. So all that previous work that I did on that, I just scrapped that because I knew there was probably going to be adjustments. That's what it's looking like anyway. But I do have a folder set up here for the big hoss based on the 2020 build here. So once I do have that exported out here, I'll be able to create that, and I've started the script and all that stuff for it. That'll come down the road once we get the track actually built. As far as at least in the simulation, we can move forward with that. But it's always a good idea to have some of these things started. You know, even just to take a break, I guess, from actually all the track stuff. You can definitely, especially, again, once you've got it, the scaling of your ground image, your ground plane image, and all that stuff, once it's all to where you need to be, you're getting the the zeroing of it and sandbox and so on. Basically, right where we're at, I guess, with what Torch has done, I guess, over Christmas with this build. Once you get to that, you can move on, I guess, to anything. So, if you want to take a break from all just dealing with the track template and just the overall track itself, you can build some of these other models, especially if you've got something to go by, like the hotel that we've shown, or the big house, or the grandstands, just to kind of take a break from the track stuff anyway. But if you're ambitious enough to want to get the track into the sim, to actually test it out and get that all smoothed out before you do that, you can do that too. So there's room to be able to flex from one project or within the one track build anyway. Especially, like I said, since we've got such a great representation of the LiDAR in this case, it definitely creates that versatility in it too, as far as to say, okay, I'm done with the track stuff for now, I want to work on this model for a little bit. You have that option to do that. And sometimes that helps in a positive way, I guess, to change your just getting burned out, I guess, from working on one specific thing, I guess, with the track. And it may necessarily at times, by doing that, create a reason to say, like, ooh, I must have missed lining this up properly. As you build other models, you might find out it's like, oh shoot, I found this is lining. You might have to make an adjustment there and come to that conclusion. Once you catch these types of things early enough in the process, there, you have the ability to be able to go back. Not so far, I guess, I had to necessarily have to start all the way over, especially from this point. Yeah, so I'm into, right, and if you have that notion there, that's usually the number one thing. Is just like you just want to be able to drive it, and that's totally fair. It definitely makes a big difference once you start being able to get objects into there, even if they are just otherwise placeholders into the sim itself, because it gives you some sense of immersion. Next to, on top of, or just having things in there like the track walls, for example. So not only having the track surface, the track walls as a form of geometry, by having key objects in there like this hotel and the big house and maybe even the grandstands to say, like, yeah. Okay, so coming to the conclusion, like I said, I know I went off on there a little bit of a tangent, but that was a positive tangent, as far as just to reflect on where we started from and where we're at this point. Yeah, dimension, immersion, all that stuff, yeah. That kind of makes me sad in a way that I didn't save. Let me see here. Whoops. Let me look real quick here. I did not save even a 3DS of that. Nope, that's the foam on the wall. Okay. DAE, this is back from 17. We did that for the SRA build. That is kind of strange that I guess I did not save at all. Because I did quite a bit of work, I guess, to get that sized up properly. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to do it again. That's for sure. Definitely wouldn't be that hard to do it again. Not all that worried about it. It's just kind of surprising me that I did not save it. I kept the LiDAR information, I guess, for it, but don't really need that anymore since we've got this. Oh, I know what I wanted to look at. I wanted to see if I had the one from the 15 build. That's what I wanted to check. So I do have the video screen from the 2015 build to go by. Yep, so here's the original raw 3DS, I guess, for that. I can bring that in. Yeah, I think I can do that. So much the same that I've done with the main grandstand, as far as those raw files there, I guess, to bring those in. I can do the same thing with this screen again. So just to bring some of these things in to the scene, let's do that. So I need to navigate to this 2015 build folder. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I want to determine. That's what I want to see. Because if it's anything like what I'm seeing with the main grandstands that I've brought in so far from the 2015 build, also that other hotel model that James has done, so far what it's showing, there is some adjustment that needs to be made. So I'm not expecting it to 100% fit, you know, accurately 100%. There's going to definitely, and this is all based on information we had in 15 as compared to what we have now. I would expect there to be some adjustment, that's for sure. So let's open up this scene here, and then I'm going to import that 3DS model of it that we got here into our new scene here. We're going to see here, so we're not worried about all that. That's just some textures I can't find. That's perfectly fine. Not worried about that. Okay, let's go import, and we're going to navigate to here, mesh items, go to our Texas build for 2015, video screen, and then 3DS. And I've got, yeah, I need this one right here. And I want to merge that. And there should be. And it's going to be centered. That's what I was expecting. Yep, it's going to be zeroed out. Now this is based on the 0 that we had for the 2015 build. Right? So that's definitely not going to be the same as... So I set the pivot on here. Where did I set this? Right at... Interesting. Okay. We can change that. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go ahead and affect the pivot and center the object. Okay. Yep, so we got our screen in here, and I can rename this too. Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to rename this. Okay. I can also probably take the approach at this point to go, what did I name it here? Video screen, LG. Yeah, I think I might do that too. Let's copy this here. And this is just going to be the name of our shape. Our model that we have in Max here, so it'll actually that in there. So let's do it this way so that all lines up. Now this is just the static structure of the model. This doesn't include the animated frames as of yet. That I think I got it in a separate model. So if I go back here, that is going to be okay. I'm trying to remember how I did this here now. So jumbo screen, let me look at my script here. I gotta remember how I did this. So I made the video screen, blank screen. Okay, so the jumbo screen is actually the screen. That's the animated frames. Okay, so this jumbo screen 3DS is going to be the animated frames for the static structure. This is the static structure. Okay. Let me go ahead and affect pivot, center that. Alright, now we're going to get this position where we need it to be. Which we can see in the ground plane gets as far as where it's at. But then we can bring in the LiDAR to actually see where we're at with it. So we can see the big house on the ground plane right here. You can see the billboards next to it. So let's go completely top down. Zoom in on that so we can see where our big house structure is right there. So we can get it initially lined up this way. Okay. Now, if we bring back in the LiDAR, now hopefully this doesn't crap itself when I do this. I want to see where we're at there. In fact, what I might do is go ahead and save this first, just the way it is. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Let's do that before I bring that in there, because I got a feeling I'm just weary, I guess, as far because I don't have the autosave on, and that's I've already explained, I guess, as far as why I've got that shut off. I don't want to lose any of this information. I do have it saved prior to bringing this in, but to save it at this point, that way this will be my new start point before I start doing anything major, I guess, as far as bringing the LiDAR back in and playing around with it. So let's go ahead and save as. And I'm going to save this as my max 14. This also gives me more clarification as to which one I want to save it to when I do it in this fashion. So I don't want to touch this one that I originally got from Torch. I want to use this 14. This gives me room to be able to fall back on this one. If something happens with this new maxing that I saved, I can fall back on this one there and start over. Because as we work with all this information with the LiDAR and stuff like that, that could necessarily be the what might happen. Always leave room for error like that. Alright, so we're giving that a second to save. Let it go through its thing. There we go. So now we got it saved. Now I'm going to go ahead, with that saved, I'm going to go ahead and unhide. Oh shoot, I did all. I didn't mean to do that. Just wanted the slider. Okay, so hold on. Let me take out some of this other stuff. So the template. The other main grand, building markers. Yeah, let's hide all that. Hide. Cool. Alright, so let's see where we're at here. Oh god, it's already starting to wonk out a little bit. Stay with me. So another thing we can take a look at while we've got the LiDAR in here is to see what the height data looks like. Now keeping in mind I've got it very primitively placed for the main grandstands here. But that gives us some clarity on that too, as far as like where that would need to be height-wise. And keeping in mind also, in the 15 build we did not have this LiDAR information. So you can definitely stand to reason it'll probably be off. Because I think much the same as this hotel model. Much the same as this hotel model. The height, you know, based on the Pappy model, this is probably how James did the... So he had the ground plane, I guess, based on 15, or whichever satellite image that he used, but the height data, he just used the height data that was in the previous grandstand model. So that's probably, if it stands, the pattern stands true, be it the fact that this hotel was off, this is the height-wise is going to be off on this as well. So we can't go 100% by this model. We'll have to use this height data that we got here to redo the height on this grandstand model, much the same as the hotel, which wouldn't be too hard. But we can at least get a little bit of a sense of where everything is lining up and landing so far. Let's see how the Big Hoss lines up. So we roughly put it into place based on the ground plane. So it looks like we're a little bit off in this direction. So let's select that. Line this up a little bit further. Now, I think this is the conclusion that we came to last time, is we ended up being, holy crap, that is pretty close. So what I'm looking at here now is just the highest point. Might be a little too far back. Yeah, so we're probably right about roughly there. So you can see where the highest point is on this scan here. Now granted, there's probably a little bit of deviation from that, but that gives us, you know, if we wanted to raise that height up to that highest point there, that's not very much off. That was pretty stinking close. Might be off this way just a little bit. Yeah, so between, I'm just splitting the difference between there, so we got a little bit more, possibly, I guess, on both ends, and a little bit on the height. Not that much at all. That just goes to show you how, you know, with the limited information that we did have back in 15, again, this is just to re-summarize, I guess, as far as what we didn't have back then and how close we were able to get it. Just based on common logic, as far as common building practices and things like that, to get a rough guesstimate, I guess, as far as how things are. This is untouched. This is from the raw model from 2015 based on the new scaling of the LiDAR that we have now. So far it's, you know, we're seeing some items are a little bit not so proper in height, like this hotel model. This one needs to get scaled up just a skosh. More than likely the same deal with the main grand. And again, keeping in mind that this model and this model, built roughly back in 2015, was all based on no LiDAR. But even this was included with no LiDAR. As far as to create the height of it, it was all like educated guesses. So the fact that we're this close in comparison all the way around. So now we've got 3 different items that were created for the 2015 build, roughly. Prior to where we're at now, at least anyway, and you can see just based on educated guesses how close we were on the construction of them. Yeah, it's pretty darn close, but it's not close enough. Close enough is only horseshoe and hand grenades, right? We want to be able to use this data to our advantage, I guess, and be able to make it much more accurate. So yeah, very little fudge factor. And by fudge factor, I'm probably saying that wrong. It's probably more, not very much adjustment have to make to this, the original 2015 model of the Big Hoss. That's the highest point right here of the LiDAR, to include the width this way. Maybe a little bit wider. You still got these still spiky bits right here. And include the thickness of it. Now what really bugs me is I did not save. Apparently I did not save. I must have chunked it out. Could have even been by accident, but I had done some reconstruction of this model here to remove some of the polys out of it. I'll probably still go ahead and redo that at some point here, because there's definitely probably some polys in here we don't need. I'll tackle that as we get to it. Not going to worry about it too much, but this is just the static structure that doesn't have the animated frames on it yet. The other thing I could do, now that this is in here, I can bring in the animated frames for it, and at least get that lined up to it. So I think one thing I did do, just recalling from memory, amongst some of the polys we didn't need in this model, I think I took some of the polys off from, yeah, I separated this main, yeah, there's some things that I know I did. I'm just kind of recalling from memory. I'm not going to go ahead and do that right now, but we'll have to redo that. And it wasn't that hard to do. It's easily can be redone. As much as with any of these other models that we have presented in here now. So I at least got 3 different models from previous builds in here lined up with this up-to-date LiDAR. I think we're pretty good. So I'm going to bring in this the animated screens for this Big Hoss. Let's do that. Let's do import. And that should be this model. And I want to merge that. There should be. That's center kind of weird. Let's do effect pivot. Centered object. Okay. Now this is basically untouched other than the fact that I just adjusted the pivot. And move that all the way over to the Big Hoss. Get her lined up properly. Now, what this deal here does is it actually applies the animated frame. So yeah, there's a static structure with an image onto it. I think I just had a blank screen for it, but you can put pretty much any static image that you want on the static structure, and then these will have the actual animated frames to it. So they're two separate models that are scripted to show during different sessions of in the simulation itself. Might have to put some contrast on this one. See what we got in our materials here. Don't tank on me. Thank you. What is this up here? What is this texture on here? I didn't notice that one. Oh, that's the Texas overhead TGA. Wait, do we got two different, let's see here. What's this one? Ground plane. Oh, we got two different renditions. I probably don't need this one then. I just noticed you got two different references, I guess, to the Texas overhead. Yeah, so I probably don't need this one. I can clear this one out. Okay. So that was probably one of the first initial ones you might have put in there, Torch. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, this is the one that's referencing to the Make 3DO. Gotcha. So yeah, this one I can clear out. I don't need this one. That's basically the same as what's already in here. Alright, so we're going to clear that. And then what I'm going to do is take this one. Ground plane. Oh, it took the texture off that. That's weird. Weird. Okay, hold on. Let me put this one onto this here. Just notice that took that. Ah, don't kill it. Hate when it does that. I gotta wait for it. It's trying to render all that LiDAR information. It's chugging a little bit. Alright, so if I go like this. Okay. I'm assuming that should be the same texture. I think it is. It's looking like it is. But what I don't see is the cutout in that. Hold on a minute. I might have goofed. Yeah, so this got the image alpha in it, so it does have... Oh, this is that one. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha. Excuse me. So this was the original one that I did. Okay. No problem. I can change this. I think I see what's going on now. Right. So you had the two references in there. I just wanted to take the one out because there's no reason to have both at this point. Yeah, I can see those cutouts there. So what I need to do on this one is change it to... I can do that real quick here. Let's go into here. Right. Here. Here. And then this one here. Yeah. There we go. And that still has the image alpha. Cool. So go ahead and make sure that's applied. Cool. Now I can save it that way. So now it's going to read it without that secondary reference, I guess, to that there. No read right from here. In my scene, at least, anyway. So that way we're on a 1-to-1. Yep, so that should be good. Alright, so with that applied... Oh, I know what I was trying to do is I wanted to apply a contrasting color to this plane on the big house structure here. So let's highlight that. I'm going to go to here. This one's got... Oh, so you must have used the scene that I... Okay. I'm understanding what you did here now. So these are all the things that I had in a previous scene. You just didn't take these out is all. Okay. Yeah, these don't need to be in here. Okay. I'm just going to clear these out. Clear those out. Okay, that's clear. And this one I'm going to clear. And this one I'm going to go ahead and use this. I'm going to apply a contrasting color. What do we want to use here? That looks good. And we'll just go ahead and apply it. There. That way I can tell to see how close I am. Because the fact that they're both one color, there's no way to distinguish, I guess, between one other object and the other. So this way I can see how much it's clipping into it. And get it lined up properly as well. Now, I can get real picky with this. If I'm satisfied with where the structure actually is at, I'm probably not going to get too picky with it because I am probably going to rescale this and redo the model for the static structure first. But just to get it, the screen here for the animated frames in roughly into position. Probably the approach I'll take to it is just to line this up 100%. So based on any corner of these vertexes, for example, of the static structure. I'm not going to worry about that right now. But all the mapping to this model should be there as well. That's another plus to it. On top of that. Again, I don't think I'm going to go that far with it for now. But just to get it in here, so we have that to start with here. So as Torch gets things done there, I'll be able to work on that. As well as any of these models in here. So this is going to be a starting point, I guess, for getting these things adjusted to the new LiDAR model. And then as you progress too, you'd have the option to be able to create the garages. We do have some models for Victory Lane, things like that. Scoring pylons, things like all these types of things. You can bring these in a little bit at a time. Now, as you add more stuff to the scene, you can already see how much my system is struggling, even with trying to stream this. The more things you try to bring in the scene, the more chuggy it's going to get. So if you don't have a really, halfway stout system, you want to take that into consideration. It might behoove, I guess, to maybe create separate scenes and chunk out. As long as you got this scale, for example, as far as this LiDAR model, you can take sections of this and chunk them out. And just focus on, say, this. Like the hotel model, or just the big house, like I did previously. But yeah, as far as to keep it all uniform, as far as the scaling of things, and not have them individually scaled based on these different sections, like we tried to do previously, that was probably not the best approach. So the fact that we've got this all in this one scene, we can definitely focus on specific areas. So if we only wanted the garage areas, we could chunk out all the rest of the LiDAR to just focus on just the garages and make that as one scene. I could do the same thing here for the big house, which is probably what I'll end up doing. I don't know if I want to try and do that on stream here, because just based on how chunky this LiDAR is, I don't want to risk as far as it just stepping on the application and all that stuff. Especially with trying to stream it. It's probably going to want to... There's enough potential there, I guess, for want it to just puke on itself, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, so just like Torchy had mentioned here, this will be everything that you would base the track on, as far as the template that you've got, any structures that you would create. This is what you'd want to use as far as that goes. Now there are some other objects like the billboards. I think I've got those models. That's from the 2015 build as well. Let me see if I can bring those in. I know, as I said, as far as you bring these things in here, you're going to really notice not only the overall size of the the scene when you bring these individual items into your in its entirety here. Is not only going to get bigger, but it's going to create a lot of lag in your system. Now, I've got the better part of 16 gigs of RAM and I'm using every bit of it. Even as I'm streaming this, it's chugging. It's chugging pretty good. So I have to be very careful, I guess, as far as what I do. So even as I try to move around in this thing here, it's I gotta wait for it. So anyway, let me go. Is it gonna let me move? Yeah, it's gonna let me move. Cool. All right, so let's go into see what else we got from our 2015 build. So that's the big hoss. You've got 32 and it chugs. Yeah, it's a lot of data, and I'm too scared, I guess, to actually highlight all the polys in that LiDAR model. It's up there. It's. I know the last time I think I checked on it was over 80,000 polys, or 800,000 or something like that. It was some ridiculous. It's a lot of data in that LiDAR. All right, so what I want to look at here. Okay, so I got the front grandstand. I don't remember if I got the billboard models from James back from the 15 build. That's what I'm checking to see. We got some really, fine detail stuff too, like the markers on the fence line, which will probably have to be redone. Yeah, so there's these markers. That's the really fine detail. I want to focus more on the big stuff. So we got the score tower. Could probably bring that in. Check that out. I don't even know what I did with this one here. Score tower. Yeah, so there's that. This is from the 2015 build. This may have been based on just the as I look at this, I got one that's empty and one that's, and by empty it doesn't have any display on it, so it's empty this way, and then this one during race. We could try to bring that one in here though, see what the scale of that's like. 18 million? Yeah, I knew it was something ridiculous. And I remember having an 8 in there somewhere. So yeah, that probably sounds about right. Okay, so yeah, let's try and bring this in for the heck of it. We've already brought this in. So the score tower is on the end of pit road here. So that would be this model right now. So we're going to see what the height looks like for that. I would assume anyway that should be pretty close. Not really much to it other than the fact it's just really tall. Alright, so let's do import. And we'll navigate to score tower. And this 3DS. Merge it. Boom, there it should be. So it's even got a shadow plane on it. And this was the old style way of doing it. Instead of making a separate shadow plane based on ambient occlusion, for example. So that's just basically just a black texture gets applied to the ground. It's one way to go about it. That's really ultimately just the old way. So this is completely zeroed out. We're going to put this in the position where that should be over here. I'm already seeing that probably needs to get scaled down. Just by looking at this. It's definitely not nearly as tall. Holy cow, man. Yeah, so there is roughly 0 right there for that. As far as based on the LiDAR anyway. Yeah, this thing is way too tall. Now, did they change the scoring pylon? I don't know. This is based on 15, so I don't know if they have changed it. Maybe it's not quite as tall anymore. But looking at this height data here, we're definitely way too tall. So that might be something we'll have to look into. Yeah, that might be something we'll have to look into as far as if they did change the scoring pylon there, because based on this height data that's in our LiDAR, which is current, this is definitely way too tall. And I don't know if it'll matter that we can just squish this down. I don't know. We'll have to see. Let's take a look at some pictures for that anyway. If you've got any references to that. We might have to take a look and see at some pictures here. What I have... Let's go here. I think I might have some... Let's take a look here. So all the cup tracks are in here. So I do have some from 16. Not a lot here. I think I took this one here just to get that that 3D medallion that they have for the SMI logo on the wall. So that gives you some clarity there. This was the restart zone there in 16. I'm sure that's been changed now. As far as the logos on the wall and such. I don't think I got any information on the score tower past 2015. Yeah, so here's the score tower. This is in the one in the infield. Not necessarily the one on the end of pit road, but yeah, it's got that style. This is back from 15. Speedway Club, that's the back side of it. Side view of it. Speedway Club. Shows the big hoss. Let's give you some sense of scale, at least anyway. You have video from October 20? Yeah. Alright, here's so back in 15 they had one on both ends of the pit road. I don't think they have that in this LiDAR. It's only on the one end. Let me see here. So this is pit exit here. Yeah, they don't have one on the pit entrance anymore. Doesn't look like. At least based on this information. So they must have took that one down and went with a different one now. So my guess is they must have changed scoring pylon there on the end of pit road, at least anyway. Well, just based on the LiDAR information, it's definitely shorter. But the fact that I'm not seeing any reference to a scoring pylon on this end, which is pit entrance, I got a picture. This is from 15. Still shows one here. So look, it's looking like they must have took that one down. So we got some research to do, I guess, as far as how the scoring towers are presented now. That's about all I have. For scoring tower references, let's see. Let's look at this one here. That's a little too small. Here's the back side of the hotel, outside of turn 2. You can see that information there, I guess, for the valet, I guess, as far as the entrance to the hotel. There's the 2 scoring pylons. Again, this is back in 15. So, seeming like quite a bit has changed, I guess, since... okay, here's one here. Here's on the one on pit exit. We definitely may have had it too tall to begin with, even back in 15. That was based on just the Pappy model, just like everything else has been done. So the fact that we've got the LiDAR now, if all it is just a matter of squatting that thing down, that's not that big of a deal. The only animation that has on it is just the fact that it goes from blank during testing to having a readout on it during race session. No tower in 3 and 4N. Okay. Well, and again, you can clearly, just to verify that there's nothing here, to include the one that they probably had in the infield too. The one they had in the infield was somewhere in here, over by the campers. It was like in this area here, in the turn 3 area. So they had one here, here, and on the end of pit road. Back in 15 at least anyway. So they only got the one now, it looks like. Tower top. Yeah, I know it rotates, but I'm not worried about that. This one here doesn't do any of that. As far as the model that I got, it's just static. That's the only thing I was referring to. I know the top might rotate in reality, but I didn't go that far with it. It can be done, but it requires a lot of animation to it. As far as what you would have to do is create a separate model pass file. Just to give some clarity on it. What you'd want to do, as opposed to just changing out texture, in this case here, you would want a vertex or a poly shift. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to separate this top piece here as a separate piece, which would be a separate pass. And you could script it all in one script for sure, but you'd have to do is separate it out so that, and then make several different pass files in different locations, moving all the verts and all the polys a little bit at a time to give it that rotation. And then you would apply that animation much the same as you would animated frames. You would just tell in the script there as far as what model you want to show at what frame, based on those individual pass files. And it creates a lot of, if you put too much animation into it, it actually creates a lot of lag. So you want to be careful with doing that. So it is possible, but it's if it's done, I guess, a little too much to the extreme, it can create a lot of lag in just that one model if you do that. So just something you can take in consideration, at least anyway. It would take a lot of polys in the matter of, like, you can use this model and, like I said, just separate out this top box here that does spin, and you would basically have to make several different copies of this in different locations to give it the animation that you need to make it look like it's in motion, and have those individual models of it show at different frames, which does create a lot more polys into it. So even the fact that this top box here would only have, let's see, it's got 4 sides, 2 tops, so that's 8, 9, 10 polys to it. When you're creating that multiplicity of this to create that animation for it, that's a lot of polys. And like I said, it can be done. And if it's only this one model, it may not be too bad to try and apply that. That's something you do want to look way down the road, though. The key thing right now is to get the track itself, the integrity of that, get the safer and all that stuff. That's going to take enough time as it is. That'll take enough time as it is. You don't want to add too much to models like this at this stage until you can determine, once you get all your foam and all that stuff in there for the safer, see where you're at and bring in a model at a time to see how much it impacts the frame rates and whatever to it. That's just all summary, I guess, as far as when you're building a track. Don't try to bring all that stuff in there and throw everything to include your kitchen sink at your models, because you're probably going to end up being a world of hurt. I guess as far as the game just wanting to be able to load it or be able to have it function in the sim. Yeah, so 3D crowd, that's probably another thing. So as you build the track, get your safer in there. That's going to be your first 2 priority things, because you got to have those in there. See where the track is at. I guess once you get all that in there, get your stands in there. If you want to go the approach of adding your 3D crowds to the stands, see what impact it has on the track that way in the game, and just one thing at a time, just to see how much it impacts it. And then if you come to the conclusion after getting all those priority things that you want to get in there, that you have room, I guess, as far as in the frames to be able to add dynamic spinning towers and stuff like that, have at it. But I mean, that would be one of the last things I would think about. If anything, you could just have a static deal in there. It's still going to be a prominent structure, but even without having the dynamics to it, I don't think it's going to take it away. And it really does come down to what type of dynamics do you want to have in there? That's probably something to take consideration when you're considering your track build. What type of dynamics do you want to have in it? If you want to have the safer, put those in a priority. It's like, okay, safer You know, having the individual pieces of foam, that's a priority. Put that at the top. Okay, I want to have 3D crowds. If that's next priority, put that below the safer. Once you get those things applied into it, into the track, test it out in the sim, see where it's at as far as playability. Do you get a lot of lag? Is there a lot of frame drop or whatever? If there is, then you might have to scale it back. You know, dummy down to 3D crowds, whatever. Whatever amounts of the detail in your 3D object that you're putting into the track, if you're noticing any frame rate drop, that's grounds. That's immediate grounds to raise a red flag to say, "Whoops, I got to scale this back." And you know, you got to keep into account to the textures that you're using on the geometry. So once you start applying your walls and your fences and things like that, that's going to add things that the sim has to render. So those are all initial things that you got to have your catch fence. You got to have walls if you want to have safer. As far as the individual blocks of foam, if that is necessarily considered one of your priorities, that should be at the top. You know, so basically anything that is mandatory that you need to have in the track to get it to function, walls, fences, things like that, you have to keep that in consideration. That's all a part of what the sim has to load, and is going to potentially impact, I guess, the overall frame rates that you're going to get with it. And that coincides with how you've got your track segments laid out, making sure you don't have more than you need, and things like that. We've proven that more times than one, I guess, as far as in all the other scratch builds, to include Dover, North Wilkesboro, heck, even in the Charlotte Roval build, I've shown the importance, I guess, of having that type of. I did that with Dover, I learned, right? Well, with all the objects that you did necessarily have to redo, to the benefit, I guess, as far as that created all that optimization in the track. So there's nothing wrong with trying to apply a lot of detail, more detail than you might think the sim can handle, just to see where it's at. But coming to that conclusion that it's like, nope, that's too much. You know, the track still needs to be drivable and functional. And by that, it's like you don't want to have to drive it with, you know, getting into wrecks and the cautions come out and the frames just tank. That's definitely no fun. Safer's a priority. Gives such realism, right? So that would be, like I said, you know, this. If that's something that you're considering you want to put in there, if that's a part of the construction of it, if that is a priority, if that's something you want to have in there, if you're going to do it in its totality, that's going to create a lot of polys just by itself, on top of the walls and the other geometry that you got into it. So 3D crowds, personally, in my opinion, the way you've done them in the past there, especially with the Dover build, it's kind of a second, you know, it's an alternative. I don't really have to have those. I would probably focus more on being able to add more dynamics to like the score towers, as opposed to having 3D crowds, for example. That's just my way of thinking, I guess, as far as building a track, as far as importance or priority. And that's, you know, not to say so much, I guess, as far as the way you've done the 3D crowds, but I think trying to apply, and we won't know that, I guess, until you do apply it to the track and come to the conclusion whether or not it's going to create a lot of frame rate loss or whatever. But I'm just saying, it's like if you try to put both, from my experience, I guess, as far as trying to apply these different dynamics to different 3D objects of the track build, it usually you have to choose one or the other. So it's like, do I want 3D crowds? You know, if you're finding that the frame rates aren't optimal as far as you're getting a lot of frame drop, if you have both 3D crowds, the foam, as well as the dynamic score tower, the Haas, as far as with the animated frames, if all these things are creating lag, you're going to have to come to a decision to say, okay, what's going to have to be dummied down so that I can get these frame rates down? Without taking away from the immersion factor, of course. You got some ideas on how to optimize 3D crowds? I mean, other than just making them flat planes, I don't know how much more you could probably do that, let alone be double-sided. So I think that was something else I had definitely noticed, I guess, with the Dover build. You had a lot of double-sided 3D crowds, which means you can see the texture from both sides. It's not and with as much 3D crowds that you've got, and just the Dover build, that being just a 1 mile track, that's a lot to it. You know, so with this 1.5 mile, granted, you've only got 3D crowds on the, probably just on the front stands. So you don't have it necessarily, you know, next to 3/4 of the way around like you did at Dover, because you had some in the turns as well as on the front straightaway. So it may not be as bad. Again, that's one of those things that you'll have to apply it and see. That's definitely something I would not worry about at this stage, as far as probably your main focus once you get the track in the sim, get your walls in there, would be the foam. If that's that, again, if that is what you're wanting to make priority, I guess, as far as to have safer in it, that should be the next focus. Would be the foam. I wouldn't be worrying anything about 3D crowds, adding any of these other objects that I've already presented into the LiDAR here. This is just to get a sense of what would potentially have to be worked on once you get all those other things done. Hopefully that all makes sense. Well, instead of having them cut into aisles, I might see how it does with magenta in the aisle section instead of cutting. Oh, okay. That might be, yeah. I mean, I could probably see how that may or may not work. And you've got a lot more straight, as far as these stands go, you've got a lot more, yeah, you got some sections in here that are straight, and then it goes through curve, straight, and curve. So that may or may not work that way, yeah. And basically, yeah, we've seen this in 3D models, 3D crowds that stand in the infield too, where they'll have brakes in them based on just a magenta brake instead of a poly brake. So that may or may not, yeah. So instead of introducing, I guess, more polys in a separate model, I guess, for a relatively 3D crowd, and by 3D crowd, it's still going to be a flat plane. It'll just have the texture on it that gives it that 3D effect. So that's probably another fair mention, I guess, as far as, so it's not going to be actual 3D people. Which, if we could get that to be a thing, I guess, in something like in Enter 2003, that'd be fantastic. But again, it all comes down to multiplicity. When you're adding a very complex model, like, say, for example, all the animated crews that we see on pit road, just having those in there by themselves with the series official and all that stuff, just to have those simplistic models that are in there on pit road alone. Can you imagine putting those same types of models all the way throughout the grandstands in multiplicity? I think the sim would probably poop itself. Honestly, but anyway, these are just some of the things, I guess, to think about, I guess, as we're building a track. Yeah, I don't think it would work. I mean, we see that there is a little bit of lag. There's some frame rate drop, and that's to be expected. When you go down pit road, just with having your own pit crew animated, and then the series flagger comes out, you know, you got the caution flag, and if it, you know, and all that stuff. When you're combining all those individual elements that the game, the sim provides by default, there's enough of a little bit of a frame rate drop. I can just imagine what that would be like to have that duplicated or replicated, I guess, in the grandstands in much the same fashion, as far as all the animations of the people waving and all that stuff in the stands in this sim. Yeah, I don't think it would work. Okay, so do we have any pictures there, Torch? I know we've been off on a tangent here a little bit. Are there any picture references to, is it still the same style of scoring pylon? Because even as I look at this one here, and it's probably just a matter of perspective in this picture, and this is why when we went by these pictures back in 15, we have no way of telling how tall this is because of the perspective of it. We can get a rough idea, right? Because we know, like, these dudes that are on pit road, if we were to say, for example, if anyone, you can pick out one of these guys that are standing on pit road is 6 foot tall. So we can kind of, you know, roughly take this guy that's 6 foot tall and get an idea of how tall this thing is that's all of the information that we had to go by, I guess, as far as back then, in comparison to what we have now with the LiDAR. If this structure is still the same, you know, style, and it's only just this one on the end of pit road, it just means it needs to be squatted down. Yeah, okay. So it may have even been wrong in our 2015 build as far as to be too tall, because even as I look at this, and again, just kind of eyeballing this dude standing over here, if he's roughly 6 foot tall, and kind of stand him in for end up to this one here, this is probably only about maybe 18 to 24 foot tall, which, based on what I can see when we had an original model, it's way taller than that. And comparing this now to the LiDAR, that proves that point. It probably is way too tall, and it probably needed to be scaled down even back then. So really all this is here, for example, let's apply this the same way here then. We're going to, if this is the same style of, you know, if we can fully confirm that, I'm going to scale this down on the Z. So let's do that. Let's do, and I want to do the uniform scale. I want to do this scale. So I only want to scale it on the Z. So I'm only choosing just the Z. So if I squat her down, like, you know, you can see how it's squishing that top there too. So that may not be the best result that I want. See how it's kind of squishing that down too. Now I can do it this way, either by grabbing the gizmo. I can also do it this way here, right? Like this. This is probably going to give you a little bit more precision this way. But you can see how it's squishing all that down. So I'd have to rescale all these individual pieces here too. We don't have that information as far as how wide it is. We can kind of roughly, excuse me, go by what information we got here, which probably means this box here is a little bit too big. Now let's go top down. So we're top down. So we're probably even too big that way, so it'd have to be scaled that way too. So as you squat it down, you're going to have to rescale that, I guess, to conform to this data here that we have in there, which can be done, as I just shown here. So I'm squatting it down like so, but I'll have to rescale all the rest of that though. Might be able to go this way too. Let's try it. That would be on the X. So we can go this way, for example. I'd probably end up taking this out. I wouldn't use this. I'd probably, if anything, if I was going to put a shadow plane on, I'd do it as an ambient occlusion. I wouldn't even use this. Grab the verts at the bottom. Bring the shorten it. Yeah, you could probably do it that way too. That's probably another way to do it. So instead of scaling it, like Torch was recommending, you can go this way. So put it back to where it was. One more time. Let me get it back there. So, so I got all the hundreds down there. So this is back to square one. So what you may be able to do, for example, like Torch was suggesting here, and again, like I said, I'd probably take this plane out of here. In fact, I'll just do that. I wouldn't keep that. That can be done in a much better way. I'm going to convert this to an edible poly. You get more options with an edible poly than you do with just an edible mesh. That's part of the reason why I consider that. Okay. Just turn that on so we can see the actual polys for the shadow plane. Probably a better idea to go to this here so I'm not. There we go. There's a lot of little slivers in this thing too. Make sure we get them all. Yeah, well, we don't really want to keep the top the same, I don't think, because I think it might need to be rescaled, possibly. But yeah, in an effort to not make it squished, as far as scaling it down, it may be. It's hard to tell because it's so tall here, but I think once I bring that down, it might create that unnecessary. So let's take those out. Now, since I've modified this now, I'm going to affect the pivot. Recenter that. That'll work. And go back to here. Okay, now, and I can put that pivot wherever I want. I can snap it to a particular vert, but I just center it. That should be fine. We're just lining it up with the LiDAR. Alright, so yeah, like what Torch was suggesting there is if we were to grab, say, the bottom verts here of the model. Let's go this way. I'm going to scoot it out this way. So all the bottom verts in this model grab them this way, like so, and I can squish them down. Like so. That's pretty close. Probably a little bit more, but yeah, you can see how it doesn't disturb the integrity, I guess, of that shape there because you're lowering it that way. So you can probably go a little bit more. Vertex. Those are still highlighted. Squish it down a little bit more. So yeah, I'm thinking that's probably pretty darn close. Actually, no, it's not. So look at how much lower we got to go there. So we almost got to bring it. Man, I can't believe it's that short. That's crazy. In comparison to what it was, at least, anyway. But also what I'm noticing here, this is what I was pointing out, I think the overall top of this would have to be smaller anyway. Just based on that data here, it's not that big. So I think even that would have to be scaled down too. And let's see here. Let's do it like this. I'm gonna go back to this. So if we scale it down this way, scale it down this way. Yeah, that's probably closer to where we need to be. Still need to bring the height down a little bit, but so you can kind of tell what I was getting at. Let's bring it back out this way. See, we're still too tall. We still need to bring those verts down. Still got them selected. You could do it much the same way at the top there too. So you can do it both ways. So either this end, kind of demonstrate this one here too. Just using all the tools that we have available to us. I'm going to put this relativity to 0, something like that. Do it like that. You think the width at the bottom is closer to what the top is? That very well could be. That could be too. So if you were to take, let's see here. So if we put this over here like this. Yeah, because it may have some, I want to say fudge factor in it, I guess, as far as like that. So the bottom of it, it's kind of like tapered. It's wider at the base than it is at the top. So yeah, I think we're still pretty close, even with scaling it down from what we had. It was definitely too big. Yeah, it's not too far off, I don't think, there. It's much closer than it was, that's for sure. But the other thing I was going to show here, so if we put this, let's go like this. So if we put this here, relatively to 0, have this clip into the LiDAR like so. We can also do this from the top side. grab all the verts here and squish it down this way. That'll give you the same. So really what we're trying to adjust here is the height. So we can probably go this way as well to get it lined up to that. So now with it done that way, slide this back over to this. Now these are all just preliminary fits, I guess, for all these models. Whether they will get used, I guess, in the actual track build is still yet to be determined. But just to get an idea of what other work that you would, you know, get these things set up, I guess, in a little bit of a fashion here. It's not too bad. Yeah, so that gets us a little bit closer. Not too shabby. Yep, so we're right there. Something like that. Yeah, so definitely, even though we don't have the actual shape, much like the big hoss, and that I guess as far as to determine, you know, what the shape of that actually is, and we can definitely use picture references, I guess, to be able to determine that. But the height data, that's what we didn't have there. So being able to use that height data to our advantage at this point here, that's really the key thing, I guess, with the LiDAR anyway. It's not, no, it's definitely not tapered in real life, so I think the way it was scanned, yeah. No, it's just the way it's scanned. No, you're not wrong. I wasn't questioning that out. So the fact that it didn't do it, yeah, the fact that it even did it in a tapered fashion there. Now, in comparison to like I showed with the big hoss, you don't see a lot of that, especially like some of these other structures like the garages. I mean, it does have a little bit of a taper, I guess, if you will, as far as it's not straight up and down. It's got like rounded corners, things like that. So, but the key thing, I guess, to take from the LiDAR, not only so much as the shape of it, but the height. The LiDAR is really used for height, but it does give you some grounds for reference, I guess, as far as to say how, you know, big a structure was, at least. But the main takeaway, I guess, from using this information from the LiDAR is the height. You want to get the height of the thing, the structures. And this is definitely what we got here. So this is much closer. This would have been so much nicer to have, I guess, back in the 2015 build. But the fact that, again, like it's shown, I guess, as far as how close things based on the 2015 build are to this LiDAR, we're not that far off. I've shown the big hoss and its deviation from what we had in 2015 in comparison to this hotel and the grandstands. I mean, other than this one's probably the only one I'm finding so far to be just way too tall, for example. This was way too tall, just as I just demonstrated there. But as far as the look of it, was evident, for lack of a better way to put it. Cool. Now, I don't think I got any more objects to bring in here, but I'll take a look here. Let's just see here. We're having quite a bit of fun, I guess, as far as bringing all these different objects in here. I'm going to have to resave this, definitely, because I did redo some of the material assignments and things like that. And that'll be more to my compliance with the Max 14 anyway. Oh, right. No, yeah, it's all about perspective. Just like what we're saying there, I guess, as far as it's definitely... This is what has bugged me, though, I guess, as far as the way structures were built for Inter 2003. It was just based on pictures like this entirely, because you can see just how wrong it can be. Because you're doing 100% educated guesses as far as how tall structures like this are. From this perspective, you would definitely see, oh yeah, it's almost as tall as the you know, these suites here, and that's not even true, because it's all about perspective. So the way this picture was taken gives it that illusion based on the background, the background image. In this case, the suites here, you would definitely say, "Oh yeah, it's almost as tall as that, so we'll make it that tall." That's pretty much where we had it. Based on how much I had to shrink it down, that's almost exactly the way we had it, and that was totally wrong. So now that we have this LiDAR data, we can confirm, yep, that's definitely wrong. So this is where I find it useful. I guess so we're on pit road here. So for example, if we were to place ourselves, it might be kind of hard to do that. I was going to say I can place myself on pit road and get that perspective there. You could definitely get a sense of, get that same perspective in this picture. And my playlist stopped again. I'm getting pretty close to where I'm going to end this thing anyway, but hopefully it does give some insight, I guess, as far as, having a roadmap of sorts, I guess, as far as what you may potentially need to, what you want to put into the track. The fact that we do have existing models in here to bring into the track build and adjust them, that's going to take some of the the big work, I guess, as far as if you had to do these all from scratch, it would take a little bit longer, obviously. But the fact that we have something to start with, as far as the score tower, the big house, this hotel, the grandstands, that's going to take a little bit of the workload off. And I guess that's the only thing I wanted to show here, I guess, at this point. Since we're in kind of a holding pattern, I guess you get the track completely built. As already mentioned, Torch is in the process of getting the track geometry, which I've already shown there previously. Show it again. So this all this pink here is the track geometry that he's still getting conformed to the LiDAR, which is the black. So it's getting there. It still needs some work, but yeah, we're almost there. And like Torch had already mentioned, it'd be about a few days, I guess, before that happens. So looking forward to that. Be able to at least try it. So regardless if he's got the walls onto it or anything like that, we may look forward to being able to take some test laps on the track in the sim. Just that it's early stages at least anyway, so that'd be pretty cool. You put one pick in Discord, not the best. Oh, okay. Let me see what you got here. You have, where'd you put it? Let's see here. Let's see where you put that. General media. Oh, Chavez. Chavez came back. Cool. Yeah. So you did say these were going to be at night. You. Oh, okay. So you I kind of got confused there a little bit. I didn't realize Chavez. You'd come back in here. Appreciate it. So yeah, we had. Yeah, you did say some of these are going to be at night if you do post them here. Yeah, so there it is right there. There's the hotel. That's outside of turn 2. Hardco. Yeah, so both your names were the same color. It was kind of confusing me a little bit there. By next week, we'll be able to drive it. That'd be cool. I mean, granted, you don't necessarily want to rush it either. If it comes to that point where you have it done enough and be able to do that, it'd be awesome. But even without the walls too, I've done plenty of testing on tracks in the sim in testing mode without walls, just to get a sense of the surface. That's usually my approach to it. And I like to get the surface all, all basically settled before I start adding walls and stuff like that. Whatever approaches you take on it's not necessarily the wrong way, but you can, in some senses, you can screw up the smoothness or whatever of the track by putting the walls on there. So this is something to take in consideration. So if you can get just the track surface into the sim itself and be able to drive on it, and then go from there. That's one approach I take to it anyway. That's the front of the motel. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's facing the outside of the track. Right. So the fact that they obviously use that all year round looks like. It's not used just during race season. Yeah. Pretty interesting. So it's not just during race season. They actually must, you know, they're in business, I guess, all year round. Saw you drive the Robo without... Yeah. Same idea, right. I'll try tomorrow again and see if I can come this way. Yeah, that'd be cool, Chavez. Party kill. Now, how far is that away from the... Now, I assume you were on the expressway or the highway or whatever. I'm guessing, you know, as far as perspective there, that's probably less than, I don't know, unless you zoomed in, too. That's probably another thing I guess you probably take into consideration. How far is that from where you took it from? Just to get a sense of perspective. That's a pretty big structure. Yeah. Especially with the lights. You can drive through it. They have Christmas Way. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so there's other tracks that we know of that have well, especially with the whole pandemic thing going on, maybe not so much as anymore, or it might be a little bit reserved, I guess you could say, not quite as what's the word I'm looking for? It's not quite as bustling as it would be in previous years, but yeah, plenty of tracks I guess to do that. I know Bristol does. MIS pretty much shuts completely down as far as in my home state. They don't usually have anything going on there, probably because it's just colder. There's usually snow. Now down in Texas there, it stays relatively warmer down there in the south, so they would have that. So more of your tracks like down in Daytona, even to include like Phoenix and stuff like that, they do have some of the track amenities available, I guess, all year round, even outside of the race season. It's probably 3,500 feet. Yeah, I figured that's quite a ways. So if we put that into perspective, 3,500 feet. Then you zoomed in. I guess that's the only thing I was looking at. You probably zoomed in. Snowmobile racing in MES. That would be cool if they did that, but they don't. Now there are some locals, I guess, that live around the track that sometimes will race around the outside of the track on snowmobiles. I've done that before. But as far as the facility itself, the venue being open during the winter, it's not. They completely shut it down. They usually don't open back up until at the earliest. And again, this is all I know for when the whole pandemic thing started out there. They didn't open until it was almost time for the first race there in June. And even then, I don't even think they raced there. They were still up in the air, I guess, as far as actually racing there. So I don't think they actually did. We never did end up going, because we usually go there and hit both the cup races there in MIS. And we didn't this year, so I don't remember if they did actually race there without an audience or not. That might be one of the tracks I think they skipped over, because they had an abbreviated schedule. Somewhat of an abbreviated schedule. I think MIS was one of them, from what I remember. And that's all no thanks, I guess, to our lovely governor is shutting stuff down. Absolutely hate her, but I'm not going to go there. You used to ride your motorcycle up to Irish Hills a lot. Nice. Yeah, they do Easter, Halloween, and Christmas stuff over at Texas there. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I know Bristol, for example, there in Tennessee, they do, I think they do Easter and Halloween as well, but not Christmas. I think they've done like football there. I don't know if they did that this year or not. I haven't looked at that. I know there's a lot of things that got canceled or they didn't do it because of the whole pandemic thing, so. Really nice ride. Yeah, it is nice up and through there. I guess as far as that part of Michigan, at least anyway. Irish Hills, as they call it. But I don't know about you folks. I'm pretty much spent here. I'm starting to get a little bit famished. And pretty excited, I guess, as far as the progress that got done on the track and to come, I guess, in this this next build here for the Texas Motor Speedway. We're definitely well on the way now. Now we've got all the particulars, I guess, figured out with it. I should say Torch does. But with all the frustrations and the annoyances, I guess, that have presented itself with the build to get to this point, I think that's a step in the right direction, I think. So what we can see in here, this is all in the sandbox. This is all default stuff, so we have the cutout here for the ground plane, which is the model. Let me shut that off. I can turn that off, so let's go this way. Now we can see that minimal shift that we have in there. Now if we look at it this way, it's probably not going to be nothing in here. That's interesting, so it still shows the model in that way. I forgot about that, my bad. I was going to try and show the track without the ground plane in it. Probably the best way I could do it. Let's do it this way. I'm not going to save this PTF, but just to kind of show you. At least anyway, so if I turn that back on, I'm going to go into object placement and then select that ground plane. Nope, not that one. And just delete it out. You dirty rat, yeah. Make sure I got the ground plane and I'll delete it out. Now if I look at it through the camera, it's got that turned off. So this is just the natural ground zero that we see in here, the texture in there. That's definitely not what you'll see in the game. That's going to be based on what ground plane that you put in the track folder itself, as far as for the track build. So that's, you know, the blurriness or whatever. That's just the default ground plane that Sandbox has. So take that with a grain of salt, I guess, as far as how that is presented. But you can see just the track geometry and that template in here with that ground plane out of there as far as how that looks. It's not much to see, but once we get the infield object and all that stuff, that'll probably be another priority to be figured out, as far as what type of infield object will need to be, if we can apply more geometry to it as opposed to, you know, it be all 3D model. That's something else that'll have to be determined once you get to that point, and that'll become more evident, I guess, as the more of the track gets built, as far as the pit road and the apron and things like that. So on the other side of the retaining wall, for the most part, is will that be mostly infield object or geometry, as far as being able to interact with it anyway. So yes, we will definitely see you next time here. I'm definitely bringing this to a close here. So thanks for coming back there, Chavez. I know you said, I forgot you said, yeah, we were going to come back. I appreciate you sharing that image of that Texas motel there outside of turn 2 there. Gives you some perspective of the place. It's still being used even as we speak in this race season, off season of the race season. That's a mouthful. So yeah, I'm not going to save this one, but that's where we're at with the track. So just to be able to get some of the items, get the LiDAR all situated, we got the scene. We can definitely go back and forth between this one scene now, as opposed to having it all cut up and having it all not line up in uniform. We're all on the same sheet of music, I guess, at this moment. So as far as to work on it collaboratively, alongside of Torch, there's things that we can work on with James and myself and Torch, and we can share that information more fluidly and more accurately, I guess, as far as to not have it have to be shifted one way or the other, I guess, to get it to force it to fit. So yeah, I'm definitely glad it all worked out too. I'm gonna probably, just like I was mentioning earlier, as far as to segment some of this out here and make separate scenes, just so that it's not so laggy when I work with it on here. So if I want to focus just on the Haas or this hotel or even the grandstands, I'm going to chunk that stuff out there and make separate scenes so it's not all in one scene. And that's just to eliminate the potential lag as far as just trying to work with it in one scene. But it'll still be based on the same base LiDAR that we have here. So it'll all be uniform in that state. So it'll be, I'm not going to adjust that at all. But the fact that I can chunk it down that much to focus on just those main particular structures that's gonna help. It's as far as the lagginess than when I'm working with it in Max, at least anyway. Oh yeah, computer will definitely thank me too. I'm surprised it's actually survived this long. So, yeah. Yeah, the fact that it did kind of yell at me a little bit there. Not really yell at me, but it did struggle there for a little bit, going back and forth, just trying to. It is being a little bit more cooperative, I guess, at this point. I did turn some things off there too. I had some things running in the background that didn't really need. Torch got one of him, the lower end of the jackpots there, 200 units of fluids for getting the 3 little red guys. Pretty cool. So Chavez has gotten one, and so has Torch just now. GG's on that. So that's going to add to your... now, how many times did you have to play the slots, I guess, to get to that point? That's the other question. I don't think you played that much, I guess. So you definitely probably made out ahead there throughout the duration of the stream. 20 times? Did you play 20 times? Seriously? Maybe you did. I don't know. I didn't count them all. I'd have to go back and count them all. But if you played 20 times, then you broke even. Because it's 10 units of fluid per play. Maybe only 10? Yeah. So, yeah, if you didn't play it at least 20 times there, you definitely made out ahead there a little bit. You didn't win all 200 units, but at only 10 units of play, that's why I kind of keep it at that point there, so it's not quite so much of a detriment, I guess, to your units of fluids. 322 hours, 117,000 units of fluids. Yowza. Yeah, be sure to rack those up there, use them up. Be able to use those, I guess, for special events on the channel. As far as in the form of giveaways, I got a couple things lined up here for the new year, at least anyway. We got of course, the Twitch anniversary will be coming up in April. So there's definitely going to be some giveaways for that way, where you'll need those precious units of fluid to be able to use those to participate. So yeah, definitely keep that in mind as far as how much you gamble or risk and all that stuff. Don't gamble too much. And that's kind of why I didn't apply more of a universal type of risk in there, in the form where you can gamble more than you gamble the amount you want. I want you to keep as many fluids as you can, so I like to have the ability for everybody that does support the stream in the fashion that you do, Torch, I guess, as far as to be able to participate. So if you're gambling all your fluids away, that kind of eliminates your ability, I guess, to be able to do so. So that's the way that's part of a little bit of explanation anyway, as far as why I got the mini chat games designed the way they are. Okay. I think that's where I'm good to go, folks. I know I said that already there, but you can see it right there, right in front of you, I guess, as far as what what point we're at with the track. It's looking pretty good. Everything's lining up pretty decent with some minor tweaks to certain things. Torch is going to be diligently working on the track template, getting the track template conformed to the LiDAR and vice versa, so that we can get something potentially to drive on by next week. So yeah, we'll look forward to that. Appreciate your, Torch, I guess, taking all that time through Christmas, I guess, to be able to get that done there, to have something to showcase here on Spline Design Studios Saturday. And we look forward, I guess, to being able to showcase whatever else that you've got as the progress of the track build continues. Well, with all that being said, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. If you got any leftovers, or you got all the goodies, enjoy the toys that you got for Christmas if you did. And we'll be seeing you all again next time. Feel free to stick around for the host at the end of the stream. And we will see you again no later than Wednesday for Wreckfest Wednesday next week. We'll be probably more than likely be continuing the playthrough of the Season 7 tournament aspect there. I still need to get that season challenge, I guess, taken care of there, that's for sure. Also, feel free, if you're new to the channel, if you haven't hit the follow button already, make sure you do so to get the notifications for when all the streams are live, and also the social medias there. I'm on Feel free to check out the Rock Nation Discord. I'm also on the Twitter, and we got our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page that serves as our forum for the website. I showed the website there earlier there. Still have the tracks, like the Dover 50th anniversary build there. I have not gotten the Chase build up there yet. I need to do that. And then once this Texas build gets done, I'll more likely be on there as well. Again, you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we will see you all again real soon. Bye for now.